welcome you to this workshop. I would like to welcome to this important event the distinguished elders of our professions, young scholars, farmers, butchers, veterinarians, animal lovers, and every passionate heart with us today, here in Ibadan and across Africa. Today, something powerful is happening. Today, across West and East Africa, we gather not just for a workshop, but for a turning point, because we believe in a future where African farming is not defined by hardship or by knowledge, a place where animals will not only be seen as commodity, but as living beings whose behavior, comfort, and welfare matters, where farmers prosper not by cutting corners, but by embracing the science and compassion that elevates productivity. And we gather because we know deep in our hearts that Africa is ready. We stand at a moment where our continent is growing. Our people are hungry for progress, and our systems are being stretched to their limits. But within this challenge lies an extraordinary opportunity to rebuild African animal farming on a pillar of welfare, science, dignity, and respect. This workshop is more than 2 days of presentation. It is a call to action. A call to rethink how we transport animals, how we house them, how we handle them, how we listen to them, and how we honor their place in our shared ecosystem. When we improve animal welfare, we improve everything: our food system, our economy, our community, even our humanity. When I look around this room and across our connected hubs in Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, I see something extraordinary. Butchers who want to learn better way of handling animals, animal scientists who will make changes, veterinarians who want to lead with compassion and science, school staffs, researchers, and students ready to write a new chapter for animal care, animal welfare club, farmers, and associations who understand that good welfare is good business and who will shape the next 50 years of African agriculture. This is Africa we want, where we chooses empathy over indifference, knowledge over tradition, and transformation over stagnation. Today, 4 countries stand shoulder to shoulder: Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, united by one purpose. We may be separated by minds, culture, languages, and landscapes, but we are connected by a shared responsibility to raise the standard of animal welfare across this continent we all love. Our unity is our strength, and our diversity is our advantage. And our collaboration is the key to unlocking a kinder, smarter, more sustainable livestock future. My hope, my true hope, is that these 2 days imply something within us, that a butcher begins to handle animals more gently, that a farmer rethinks housing to reduce stress and suffering, that a researcher builds new tools for African conditions, that a policymaker begins drafting better protection laws, that a student decides to devote their career to animal behavior and welfare, that each one of us live here determined to be a champion of humane, science-based farming, because Africa does not lack intelligence. Africa does not lack passion. Africa does not lack potential. What Africa needs and what Africa is choosing today is the courage to transform. And boldly, we are saying together that we can transform Africa animal farming. Together, we can build systems that respect life. Together, we can empower farmers with practical, affordable, science-backed solutions. Together, we can protect both animals and livelihood. And together, we can reshape the future of Africa livestock. On behalf of the International Society for Applied Ethology, West Africa Regional Workshop 2025 Organizing Committee, chaired by the Regional Secretary, Dr. Oluwaseun Ojelade, I would like to sincerely appreciate the ISAE international leadership through the President, Professor Maria Osel, our founder, Open Philanthropy, ISAE Development Office, Department of Animal Science, University of Ibadan, the Center of Excellence for Livestock Innovation and Business at Egerton University in Kenya, University of Victoria, South Africa, and our other partner institutions. Our distinguished speakers, our organizers, and every participant who took their time to be here. Thank you. To our participants, both virtually and physically, your presence is a testament and your passion is a promise. Your action over the next 2 days will be beginning of a transformation that spread across our farms, our markets, our abattoirs, our classroom, and ultimately our continent. Welcome to the ISAE West Africa Regional Workshop 2025. Welcome to transformation. Welcome to the Africa where we are building together. Thank you, everyone. Next on our agenda is the opening speech by the President of ISAE, and she's here to talk to us. I want you with a clap to welcome the President of ISAE, Professor Maria Osel.
Good morning and welcome to the ISAE West East Africa Regional Workshop 2025. I am Maria Jose Hetzel and I am the President of ISAE. ISAE was founded in 1966 and it's a non-profit organization with an international federal structure and members all over the world. We have about 500 members in all regions. Our main mission is the study of applied animal behavior. The science contributes to a greater understanding of interactions between us, humans, and other animals, and helps to create a better balance between animal welfare and the requirements that humans have of other animals. We cover basically all species in all aspects of applied ethology and other behavior science. And here I put a picture just to make you and give you an idea of the wide range of interests that our members have, and they are infinite. Whatever involves animals, humans, and their interactions, we are interested. ISAE is formed by a council with a junior vice president, a president, and a senior vice president. We rotate in this position, so this is why I'm current as the president, and in 2 years I will be senior vice president. The junior vice president is in charge mostly of regional activities, the senior vice president of international congresses, but in fact, we all collaborate, not only among the three of us, but also with other members of the council that are pictured here. And we also have non-voting members, and we have 13 regions. I'm picturing here your region, highlighting it, but we have members and secretaries all over the world. So here I highlight the different regions that we have. In some regions, we have one regional secretary, and in others, we have two. And we are always welcoming two regional secretaries, especially when the region is wide, like your region. We have student representatives, and these positions, they last, all these positions that I showed you last between 2 and 5 years, and they are all voluntary. None of our members receive a salary. We all donate our time to make this society work. We have an official journal, Applied Animal Behavior Science, which is now administered by by Elsevier. But of course, our scientist members publish in many different journals. We organize international congresses. This is one of our main features of our society. Our last congress was in Utrecht in the Netherlands. I had the pleasure to meet many members of your region. And next year, we'll have the International Congress in New Delhi, India. I will go back here and show you that we try to rotate the international congresses between regions to facilitate members which are in different parts of the world to have better access to these international congresses. In our international congresses, actually, we also have lately a hybrid modality, so to enable members that are far away or unable to attend personally to be able to join the conference. We'll have this in New Delhi as well. But I hope many of you here present can join us in next year in New Delhi. So I take the opportunity to introduce to you the opportunities that we offer for people to attend international congresses. This is thanks to many partners that work together with us. For most of these awards, we need the applicant to have an abstract accepted in the conference, but not also. As soon as our International Congress website is on, which will be very soon, we'll have information about these awards as well. And also, if you need further information, you can first contact your regional secretary, and later, if you still have doubts, anyone in the council, especially someone that you know. And also, I welcome you to become a member of ISAE. Again, you can find information on our webpage, but if you have any difficulties, contact council. You can contact myself, or you can contact your regional secretary. And with this, I leave you with the workshop. I will try to attend a few slots if it's possible. We have a huge time difference, but I will try to be with you. And I wish you a very fruitful conference or workshop.
So that is the speech from the ISAE president. And now we'll have Samuel from Kenya to give us an overview of what our participants should expect today. Can you unmute Samuel from your end? Kindly unmute from your end, Samuel. Yeah. Good.
You can hear me?
Yep.
So participants, all protocols observed. On behalf of the organizing committee, I want to join in welcoming you to this 2 days workshop. So these 2 days will be packed with presentations, and this span across presenters from Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria. So today we are going to have 6 presentations that will come in series. So ours is to request that we learn as much as possible. And as it has been introduced, We're basically talking about animal behavior and welfare. So we have presentations that span different features of animal behavior and welfare. So from the teaching, innovation, housing and handling, issues to do with the beliefs as Africans, pets, and how this concerns the welfare of animals. We'll have a presentation on understanding animal behavior as a tool to enhance animal welfare, as well as how animal welfare impacts on our production system. So sit back and enjoy the presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Sorry, I need to stop share and reshare again. So it's like that's just a minute. Yes. Just a minute. Please. Please, can you see the screen? Just stop this. Wow. Please let me know if you can see the slide, please, Sean. Ojalari. You're muted.
We can see it again now.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet, I guess it's loading.
The screen is paused. Just a minute. Yes, is it better now?
Yes, we can see. Thank you.
So, good day, everyone. From Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Ghana, we're having physical venues going out there. I'm so excited, standing as the ISAE Development Officer, to welcome you to this amazing African workshop. The last time we had a program like this was in 2021, and then it was only within Nigeria. But I'm so excited to see the development we've had so far in the region. And this morning, I'll just talk you through ISAE, the past, present, and the future. Most especially when we are discussing on this amazing topic, transforming animal welfare and transforming African animal farming through improved behavior and welfare. The society started in Edinburgh in 1966, and then it was called the Society for Veterinary Ethology. And when we marked the 25th anniversary in 1991, it was then renamed as the International Society for Applied Ethology. During the 50th anniversary of the society in 2016, a book was launched which was named Animals and Us, 50 years and more of applied ethology. And because we are concerned about having people from different regions of the world joining the society, in 2020, the ISAE Equity, Diversity, Inclusivity, and Accessibility Committee was constituted, of which I am also a member, because we want every member of this community to feel at home and be able to express themselves. So, what is ISAE? The president has given us a short recap of what the society is, but it's an international platform. It's a forum for applied animal behavior science. We do a lot of presentations and discussions and innovations and collaboration. We have our annual events. It's always a global event, and also regional meetings like what we are having today in Africa. It's a global network of experts with over 700 members from diverse backgrounds and from 36 different countries in the world. And it's made up of academics, students, veterinarians, governments, and industry professionals, and also those from the NGO. Yeah, we have 13 regions: Canada, USA, Latin America, the Nordic region, UK and Ireland, Benelux region. We have West Central Europe, we have East Asia, we have Africa and West Asia, where we're having the program today. We also have East and South Europe region, Oceania, South and Central Asia, and Southwestern Europe. If you become a member of the society, there are some benefits that you would have. Opportunities to collaborate or connect with international experts. We have exclusive discount for our members on our events, and we also offer free English grammar and language editing for your manuscript, because we know that not everybody comes from an English-speaking region or English is their first language, so we also offer this as a free service to all our members. When you have your article published in our journal, the Journal of Applied Animal Behavior Science, will also help you to promote it on the media. So these are some of the advantages that you have. There are other free resources. We have what is called the Applying Ethology Monday webinars by the Animal Welfare Slack workspace. It's also sponsored by ISAE. And they organize webinars every 2 weeks, mainly to support students and early career researchers to present their work. They get feedbacks, and if you are interested, you can as well email Jen on this email to let her know you want to present your work. Now, to my office, which is the development office, will help to promote applied ethology and ISAE activities in underrepresented regions like Europe, Africa, and Middle Asia. This is funded by the Open Philanthropy Project since 2017, and we have been funding projects in different regions. I have an assistant development officer in person of Dr. Samuel Olutunde Durosharon, and he's in the US at the moment, so the time difference may not permit him to be part of us today, but of course he's going to join us during this meeting. Now, the ISAE Development Office works with country liaisons, and these are the pictures of our amazing country liaisons who are helping us to spread the news of animal welfare globally. We have our country liaison in Bangladesh. The Nigerian country liaison was the one who actually opened this program. We have Vijay, yes, in India. And for those of you that will be attending the next year conference, you will definitely meet Vijay in India. So we have a liaison in China and also in Slovenia. Now, what do we do? Through the support of the Open Philanthropy Project, we get grants to support the Developing Countries Conference Attendance Fellowship. And this was initiated because they have realized that people from developing countries cannot afford to attend international congresses. So through this fund, those in the developing countries can apply when the call is out, and if you meet the criteria, you will get a full sponsorship to attend the global conference of ISAE. So this is the first one that was in 2017 in Denmark, and this is the second one in Norway. And if you look at this picture of the Norway stuff, I was also a participant in the Norway Congress. That was in 2019. That was the first time I got this award, and I was fortunate to attend that Congress. The third one was online due to COVID, and the fourth one took place in North Macedonia. So almost every year, this award is being given out. The fifth was in Estonia, and then the sixth in Brazil. Last year, we had awardees who got this to attend the Congress in the Netherlands. And you can see these are the awardees and also the speakers there. So what are the future activities of the ISAE Development Office? We need more country liaison officers, even in other African countries, so that we can work through them to spread the news about how animal welfare, can be improved in our different countries and regions. So we are also going to be launching our first decaf mentor-mentee program very soon, with encouraging early career researchers as the mentors, and then they will mentor undergraduate and master's students. Now, the next call of the decaf program for 2026, just watch out for our website, watch out on the internet. We always put the call out there, and you can check the website and also our Facebook. You can follow us on Facebook as well, and on Twitter, which is now known as X. Now, the next Congress will be India. That will be the 59th Congress of the International Society for Applied Ethology. Thank you so much for this. And I wish you all a wonderful deliberation. I'm so excited to be part of this. You're all welcome. Thank you. So next is a presentation from the Vets United. Wendy, are you available to share your slide?
I'm here.
Yes. Feel free to go ahead to do that.
Can you see them?
Yes, please.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to talk to you today about the Vets United Animal Welfare Teaching Modules, which is an open access teaching resource for animal welfare education. First, I would like to talk a bit about who we are and what the Vets United teaching modules are, how they were developed, and how they can be used. And then I will actually be sharing the presentation with my colleague Oluwaseun, and she will be talking about the subscribers and the downloads of the teaching modules so far, and give a little bit of an outlook in the future and talk about our next steps. So I work for Welttierschutzstiftung. I realize this is a very complicated and long German word, so we usually internationally go with the abbreviation of WTS. We are a German charitable foundation based in Berlin, and we were established exactly 10 years ago in 2015 by an organization with another complicated German name, Welttierschutzgesellschaft, or short WTG. So very similar, WTS and WTG, they're our mother organization, and they founded us as a foundation. And the main project of the foundation is the Vets United program, which supports animal welfare education for animal health professionals. Why are we focusing on animal health professionals? Because there are advocates for animal welfare in all parts of their daily work. So in their practical work, whether they're diagnosing or treating animals or preventing diseases to improve animal welfare, but also not directly working with animals, but when they advise animal keepers on appropriate housing or appropriate feeding, handling, or restraint, all improves animal welfare, or informing the general public, for example, about potential animal welfare issues, but also people who can influence research towards improving animal welfare or improving animal welfare legislation, and of course, law enforcement regarding animal welfare. So animal welfare is widely recognized as a key part of veterinary education because, of course, you have to be knowledgeable about animal welfare to be an advocate for animal welfare, but often it is not or not sufficiently included in curricula of animal health related courses. There is a lack of teaching materials regarding animal welfare, and quite often there is no or not sufficient possibility for capacity building for teaching staff in topics of animal welfare. This is why we started the Vets United program. With the program, we support universities and colleges worldwide regarding academic education, but also in terms of continuous professional development. We support CPD providers in reviewing their curricula, so the academic curriculum or the training curriculum in terms of CPD, to see where there is deficits regarding animal welfare topics and to adapt and renew their curricula. But of course, to be able to teach these topics, we also support training of lecturers at universities and colleges or CPD trainers. And last but not least, provision of the Vets United animal welfare teaching modules. So when we realized that there is a lack of animal welfare teaching materials, we decided to develop some. We wanted them to be holistic, as I said earlier, to really show animal welfare is not a lone standing subject, but really is a transversal subject that is part of every part of the world, of every part of the work that animal health professionals do and should be part of their education. We wanted them to be adaptable, as they're available worldwide, to be adaptable to different target audiences, but also to the situation and the requirements in the region and in the country. We wanted them to include theory and practice, to teach, of course, the necessary animal welfare knowledge, but also to gain the practical skills and to develop animal welfare awareness. And to go with the practice, we wanted to develop materials for in-person training. So of course, everybody can access them online and read through them, but to really fully use them, they are made for in-person training, including discussions and practicals in groups. So in 2017, we published the first edition of the teaching modules, but of course, animal welfare is a fast developing field. So in 2021, we decided that we want to review our teaching materials according to the VOA recommendations, but also new scientific developments. And we've received feedback through the years. So we also wanted to include the feedback that we received, and we started the process and we built an internal WTS review team, but we also send the modules to external reviewers, including lecturers, practitioners, and researchers worldwide. In total, over 70 people in over 20 countries all over the world. And in 2023, we launched the new edition of the teaching modules. This is an overview of the topic of the teaching modules. There are some general topics like introduction to animal welfare assessment and legislation, more clinical subjects like animal welfare and clinical examination, the importance of animal care, humane handling and restraint, but also topics like animal welfare, how it is connected to wound and pain management, the responsible use of antimicrobials, vaccinations, animal welfare and the connection with preventing infectious diseases, euthanasia, animal transport and slaughter. And the last module that we published this year is the introduction to fish welfare. Each of these modules has presentation slides. They are available as PowerPoint or as PDF, and underneath the slides, there is teaching notes for the person who's holding the lecture to have a little bit more background information or ideas for discussions. Then each module has suggestions for practicals. This can be activities in a class or lecture room, but also for field trips. Then some of the modules have additional materials. This can, for example, be templates for a clinical examination or pocket cards for vital signs of different animals, and some also include videos. And as I already said, it is material for in-person training, so to be used at a university or a college or in a CPD workshop. Here are just some examples to give you a better idea. So this is an example of a presentation slide from Introduction to Animal Welfare about the animal welfare frameworks. Here is an example of a practical, so how to do a rope halter, and on the right-hand side, you see it being done in practice at a university. Here are some examples of additional materials. As I've mentioned, for example, clinical examination form or pocket cards that you can print out, fold, and take with you into the field. And some examples for videos, like handling and restraint for companion animals or clinical examination of ruminants. And with this, I pass over to you, Sharon.
So much. So now I'll be taking up the section about the data we were able to collect right from the time we had the teaching modules uploaded online. And although we have the teaching modules in 3 languages, we have it in English, Spanish, and French. But today we'll be presenting the data from the English versions because this is the most downloaded of it. Now, when we looked at the profession of those who are actually making use of our teaching modules, we discovered that most of them are veterinarians and veterinary students. We have also veterinary paraprofessionals, veterinary paraprofessional students, teachers, and others. But if you look at it, most of it looks as if most of the people who are making use of our teaching modules are in the vets group. But that notwithstanding, we want those who are into animal health, those who are into animal welfare, animal handlers. You can still make use of these teaching modules as a learning material and also a guide for you. The next one. Now, where are they actually working? So we looked at the spread of where those who subscribe to our teaching modules, where they work, and most of them actually are working in tertiary education, maybe universities and colleges. And some of them also work in private sectors. You can see the spread. And this tells you that irrespective of where you're working, once you have concerns for animal welfare and care for animal health, you will definitely find these modules very important and also informative to get information. And also it can help you to communicate your message better and spread the news about good animal health. Next one. Now, when we looked at how our subscribers actually got to know about the teaching modules, it's surprising to see that the highest percentage, which is 38% here, is from those who got this information from colleagues, one-on-one talk with each other. But we are seeing an increase in the number of our subscribers who are actually getting to know more about our teaching modules on social medias. And because we are actually putting in more efforts to, publicize and let people know that we have developed these teaching materials for free in different versions and in different languages so as to assist animal welfare education, especially for those who never had training in animal welfare. So you'll find us on social media. I'll be sharing you the link later. So watch out for our social media platform. On LinkedIn, it's Vets United. We are also on Facebook with WTS. So once you follow us, we also have our website where we share updates on new modules that we are developing. The next one. Yes. Looking at this is actually the top countries that have actually subscribed to our teaching modules. And the highest of them was in Uganda, Rwanda, South Africa, Gambia. We can see a lot of, African countries here at the beginning. And this is because these countries have had, at one time or the other, worked with WTS as project partners. So they got to know about the teaching modules very early, and Being that they have been long-term project partners with WTS, they have been using these teaching modules to improve their teaching experience. And also, most of them have encouraged their students as well to sign up for the teaching modules, because they discover that even the students will even benefit by signing up and going through the teaching modules. So here is Nigeria. You can check it. I believe for all of you, I want you to have a look at it. From your country, Africa, look at the trend. So if your country is not represented in those who have actually subscribed to the teaching modules, please reach out. We really want people to know about it. We have 15 teaching modules, and they are all free to use in PDF version and in PowerPoint version. Next one, Wendy. All right. So this is just a brief summary of the 14 here. We have 14 of the teaching modules here. These are the names and the number of downloads. Can you see the one that is most downloaded? The green represents the English version, like I said. The pink represents the Spanish version, and the brown is the French. We're encouraging also French-speaking Africans. Probably they don't know that these resources exist. We want to see more of them making use of these resources, because at times we barely have someone from a French-speaking region even subscribe or download these materials. So if you have friends in a French-speaking African country, please let them know about this. It's also going to help them in their teaching. So we can see the trend in the way the different topics are being accessed and downloaded. The reason could be, what is most interesting to the subscribers in terms of the topic that they want to research on or they want to learn about. But as we speak, in the English version, mostly it is the introduction to animal welfare that is most downloaded. So for those of you, the vets and those animal health practitioners, please note that there are other topics that are related to your field, and we have all these teaching modules for free, and you can download and make use of them. Next one, Wendy. Now, we have them in 3 languages. They are free to download. It's easy. Once you go to the website, www.teaching-animal-welfare.org, you sign up with your email address, and then you need to have a customized password. Once you put in your password in there, you'll have access to all the teaching modules. And subsequently, when you want to access the website, you don't need to put another password. You just sign up with the email that you used and also your password. So please, we want you to check out our website and make use of these resources. And this YouTube link, you can quickly take a screenshot of it. It's a video that has been created. It's a short video clip that has been created to teach you and walk you through how you can navigate the registration and also the downloading of the teaching modules. So we want to see you make use of these resources. And very soon we'll be launching another teaching module next year, one on One Health and One Welfare. Thank you. Okay, we have the step-by-step guide. This issue is because a lot of institutions are finding it difficult, or they are yet to integrate animal welfare into their curriculum. With the step-by-step guide of the Vets United, we can walk you through the process of how to get animal welfare embedded in the curriculum of your institution. It's also a free material on our website. It's available for free. The same way you register, once you register for the teaching modules, you also can find the Vets United step-by-step guide on the website. You can download it, follow the process, and this will help you walk along the process of integrating animal welfare in the curriculum of your institution. Upcoming topics, I'd already spilled that. One Health and One Welfare, and also animal welfare issues. Thank you. Thank you so much. These are social media links. Follow us on LinkedIn. Follow us on LinkedIn. We always announce our partnership and projects that are ongoing, and if there are opportunities, we also announce it. Follow us on Facebook as well, and this is our email address if you have further questions. Thank you. Okay. So over to Dr. Ayola. We are now going back to Nigeria.
Yes. Welcome back to Nigeria. And we are having our first technical session. And the presenter is from Nigeria. The presenter will be presenting on innovative housing and handling system for improved animal welfare in Africa. And our presenter is Professor Emmanuel Ewuola. Professor Emmanuel Ewuola is a professor of animal physiology and reproduction. And I'm sure he's prepared today to give us a wide presentation on the top innovative housing and handling system for improved animal welfare in Africa. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, my liaison country coordinator. I want to sincerely appreciate everyone for giving me this privilege to share with you at this very important conference. And the president of ISAE is well recognized. I sincerely appreciate you, the Development Program Officer for Africa, the Nigerian liaison country coordinators, and that of across Africa. I'm aware that this conference is going on entirely in the Africa, and we have institute of it in about 4 countries. Then the organizing committee, I sincerely also appreciate you for this privilege. Then distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, the presentations of concern is innovative housing and handling system for improved animal welfare in Africa. My outlines goes thus. We'll look at overview of African animal farming and then consider what are the current housing and handling practices across Africa. In most cases, we also look into what is actually expected as a principle of good animal housing. Then we will talk about the innovative housing design that is actually relevant to our dear continent, Africa. Then we will consider the economic and sustainable benefits if we adopt and we apply this. Then lastly, we'll make a little recommendations and conclusions. We cannot be talking about innovative housing for improved animal welfare without actually appraising what animal farming in Africa is all about. It's actually largely about subsistence-based farming, which is hindered by quite a number of factors. One of those is inadequate infrastructure, then also the low investment, as well as poor access technology. As I peruse the overview of African animal farming in its current state, we also discover that Africa is so rich, well diverse, with natural resources that needed to actually be taken advantage of, while it plays a very crucial role in the securities and the employment opportunity. There are quite a number of challenges that we also need to consider. Sorry. Sorry, just a minute. Is it from there? Okay, just apology for that break in transmission. Okay, as I was saying, while animal farming in Africa is very important. It plays a crucial role in food security as well as employment. But despite this, there are quite a lot of challenges in terms of climate change vulnerability, in terms of inconsistent government support, in terms of difficulties in achieving economic upscale, and also in terms of difficulties in achieving economies of scale, and also a modest export compared to import regulations. This becomes a serious limitation. There are growing efforts to professionalize and improve practices in Africa, and this is better informed by a focus on genetic evaluations, enhanced animal care, and also developing practical farming models. By estimations, it was about 46 million farms that we have in Africa, and this vast majority of which is less than 2 acres in size, and it supports an agricultural productions of populations of about 580 million people, as it was referenced, telling us that Africa is rich and they can grow better in the farming system. Across Africa, we see Africa is very vast and diverse in the farming system. Farming distributions across Africa, right from maize farmings, pastoral farmings, and at both lowland and highland, fish-based farming, forest-based farming, large-scale integrated farming, and so on and so forth. So therefore, it becomes a concern to see and look at how this can actually be improved when it comes to the issue of animal welfare in Africa. Livestock production system in Africa, the way it works is always mainly about pastoral, agri-pastoral, small holding, and now we also talk about some at a commercial level. When I talk about pastoral system, it involves nomadic or transplants herding of animals over a wide range of areas, while agro-pastoral system combine both crop cultivations as well as livestock rearing up together. When as a small scale holder, it's typically about family run, the operations of farming at the backyard, and the commercial system and large scale operations for some profit, often using intensive methods like confined feeding operations. So these are many more issues and present operations of farmings within Africa. But there are key challenges underlining operations across most of these systems. One of them is the disease outbreak. The second one is feed scarcity, most especially during dry season, and also climate change side effects. Global warming is a major concern now, and the effect of climate on animal productions and welfare is huge, and the inefficient market access is also a major constraint. And as we peruse this, why then we talk about animal housing and handling? Proper animal housing and handling are very critical and crucial because they directly actually affect, influence the animal welfare. This in turn definitely will boost productivity and support long-term environmental as well as economic sustainability if they are given due attention. And corporate housing will definitely provide one, shelter from extreme weather. Two, it will also make a comfortable resting area available to the animal. And it also gives access to clean food as well as water. When the animals are kept in a clean living environment with proper ventilations and adequate spacing, then there will be a lot of entrances. This will prevent the buildup of pathogens, and this will also reduce stress-related illnesses as well as minimize the spread of contagious diseases. And that's why the welfare of the animal is actually and directly linked to the environment where the animal is raised in terms of the housing and also the way the animal is handled. That's why we talk about housing and handling system to improve the welfare of the animals in Africa. Low stress, humane handling techniques will reduce three things. One, it will reduce fear, it will reduce pain, as well as also reduce injury to the animal, most especially during the normal routine management practices in terms of transportations, making veterinary care, which promotes a positive human-animal bond and overall well-being of the animal. So while we work with the animal, we must have in mind about the performance and the productivity of that animal. And for animal to exhibit their full genetic potential in their immediate environment, they need comfort. They need an environment that is very friendly, and also they need condition that is favorable. As we speak currently, housing practices common across Africa. I classify them into three. There is what we refer to as CRA. This is also known as Kara in South West Nigeria. It's a traditional Southern African enclosure for cattle or other livestock, typically located within a settlement or a village area. They are often roughly circular in shape, surrounded by a fence made of tall bush branches and or a mud wall. The layout often has specific cultural and social significance with different areas designated for specific activity. Crabs serve to protect animals from predators and thefts and are used for management activities like vaccinations and sorting. The second one is the open air fence. As we see in the picture, this is also called loose housing system. It involves keeping animals in an open paddock or yard, often with a separate cover shelter area for protection from extreme weather or during rain. The pens are enclosed by fencing or low wall and also include common facilities such as shared water trough and feeding manger. Okay, apart from this, the surface is typically soil or a deep bedding material. This system always allows animals of a greater freedom of movement and promoting better health and easier detections of behaviors like estrus. Estrus is about itch detections in female animal to identify whether they are itch or not. It is often more economical. This type of system to build it is low capital intensive and require less moving per animal, making it suitable for many climates except those with very heavy rainfall or extreme cold. The third category is the free range system, where in Africa, the system where animals are allowed to roam and graze freely over large natural or cultivated pasture area with minimum restrictions except for occasional roundups when they needed attention either for treatment or for specific maintenance or management practices. This system requires large expanse of land and typically features strategically placed watering points and feeding trough in the midst of them. And most of the animals kept with this system, they are very free. They exhibit their natural instincts and natural behavior. Of course, fencing is used to actually define the overall range boundary rather than even partitioning it into small cubicles or pen. This approach is best suited for animals that are not handled daily, such as beef cattle, such as poultry or sheep, and as well as adapted to the environment. This type of system always allows animals to express natural behavior and forage, thereby reducing feed costs. What is the current situations with respect to animal handling practices common across Africa? And this call for a concern. The way we move our animals, the way we work with our animals, the way we transport our animals, call for concern. Traditional slaughter method is one of those things that we need to talk about. Slaughter practices are often influenced by religious and cultural belief. And this, in most cases, will not allow them to actually do some things. And apart from that, the way we also transport our animals, you can see that man with a bike carrying cow. You can see that vehicle also carrying multiple of cattle, heads of cattle. and then the animals are stressed. It will even be worse than this, that if we even put some load on the animals while they are inside the vehicle and they will transport them for a very long period, long distance. Animals are frequently transported in overcrowded, poorly ventilated vehicles, or even they allow them to travel over a long distance, leading to stress, leading to injury, as well as some of them can even die on the road. Inadequate infrastructure, the lack of proper facility is a major concern, such as official slaughterhouse, with hosting equipment, clean water supply, and designated resting area, which we refer to as drivage, contributes to unhygienic condition and poor animal treatment. Resource constraint, poverty level, limited access to veterinary care, and the high cost of quality feed can lead farmers to prioritize immediate economic survival over optimal animal welfare standard. These are issues. But despite all this, there are basic principles that are needed to guide farmers so that we follow it to have a good animal housing system. One is ventilation. Adequate airflow is essential for maintaining air quality by removing excess heat, removing excess humidity, dust, and noxious gases like ammonia that are built up in poultry houses and in other farm houses. So we must give attention to ventilation. Number two, lighting. Appropriate light intensity and durations, which is photoperiod, are important for regulating an animal natural circadian rhythms, behaviors, and physiological processes, including reproduction and growth. When these are made available, the animals will perform better. And that is why it is important farmers give attention to them. Number three, temperature regulations. Thermoregulatory response of animal is key for us to understand how they exhibit and respond to the temperature humidity index of their immediate environment. Maintaining the correct ambient temperature at the thermoneutral zones is very important for various species to actually prevent either cold stress or heat stress. Consistent temperature control is vital, as extreme temperatures can negatively impact an animal's health and well-being. Bedding materials must also be given a concern. If you raise your broilers or deep litter system without bedding materials, there is tendency for them to suffer a chest distance. And apart from that, direct contact with the wall or the floor of the pen can also induce pneumonia infections. So the right bedding materials always provide cushioning, insulations, and absorbents, and help animals, keep animals clean and dry, prevent injury like pressure sores, and also encourage natural behavior like nestings or resting by this animal. So materials should, for bedding materials should be non-toxic, should be comfortable, and also we have to change it regularly to maintain hygiene conditions. The last aspect is actually about biosecurity, which is to safeguard the animals from outbreak of diseases. The set of management practices designed to prevent the introductions and spread of diseases within and between animals populations is very much important. In an ideal housing system, innovated housing system that will improve the animal welfare, concern must be given to the skill aspect of biosecurity as a principle of good animal housing include the following: isolations and segregations. Housings generally, when you house animals in a secure area that prevent contact with wild animals and then or potential carrier or other potential infected animal, is fundamental. You cannot compromise that. So when we talk about housing system for improved animal welfare, you must create an isolation center or a unit to actually observe your animals. Access control, limiting and monitoring the movement of people and equipment into and out of animal housing area is also very key. Sanitation and hygiene, regular cleaning and disinfection of housing facilities, equipment, and venue are crucial to eliminate pathogen. Disease monitoring and surveillance, proper waste management, animal sourcing, acquiring new animals from reputable sources that have robust health and biosecurity protocols in place to ensure that they are disease-free upon arrival onto your farm is very important. Pest control, implementing effective pest control program to prevent rodents, insects, and other farming from entering animal house, as they can carry or spread disease or pathogenic organisms to the animals. So the pen and the farm must also put a serious condition with respect to the control management for the pests. Ideally, for each species of the animal, I present before you, there are some space requirements for livestock species that are commonly reared, for them to be able to thrive well, and for them to be able to survive and exhibit their normal behavior and potential with a good welfare behavior. These are expected to be followed. Innovative housing design relevant to Africa. This, we need to pay attention to this. When we talk about innovative housing design, we are talking about climate control design, a building that should have adequate ventilation ducts and also to regulate temperature without mechanical air conditioning, natural airflow, adequate ventilations. Those climate control designs are expected to be put into considerations if we talk about housing, innovative housing design. We have cases of modular and scalable structures that are designed to allow farmers to easily expand their facility as their operations grow, providing long-term flexibility. They can create it with plants, they can create it with wooden materials, and this can actually be expanded as they increase their mode of operations. Natural light optimizations, structures that are designed to maximize natural light, which helps regulate livestock circadian rhythms and reduce the need for artificial lighting. This should be embraced. And also, lastly, the 3D and optimized layout. Innovative 3D designs for structures like goat shed, focus on future like clean floors and proper air circulations to improve animal well-being and productivity. With this in mind, we have samples of such structure. We can look at this concrete industrial farm shed. Okay, yeah, concrete industrial farm shed, then the bamboo and straw bedded shed. These are innovative indeed. Then we have example of some innovative climate-friendly animal house that are well ventilated, and then the issue of heat stress is minimized, and then the animals can thrive well when the environment becomes favorable and comfortable for them. We have livestock husbandry and agroforestry in practice, where with an integrated farming between agroforestry and livestock husbandry. These animals forage freely, and then eventually their performance is better. In fact, they live as if they are in their natural habitat, and this actually increases their productivity. Another aspect that we need to look at is about environmental enrichment in housing. In the current trend, most of these animals that we are talking about, we always appreciate interacting with some structures in their immediate environment. So beyond structures of building, welfare also needs some behavioral expressions, providing patches or nest balls and dust beds for poultry, rooting materials and play items for pigs, and also grooming brushes and comfortable bedding for cattle. Always reduce aggressions, and it is noted that it also boosts their immunity. You can see these bees when they have the bedding material, and then you can see a structure also, a visual structure with this cattle. We have more of it. We also have some straws that are made available for birds to play with. And then we also have different materials also constructed within the piggery house for the pigs to also play with. There are different styles of environmental enrichment that can be also incorporated in our innovative housing to make the animals look natural and also exhibit their full potential of behavioral response. This is also a case of visual enrichment in the cattle's back. And then you can see tactile structure that the cat also play with. All this will make the animals to exhibit a natural behavioral response in their immediate environment. And over the years, this has actually been proved that it will reduce their performance and their productivity. The second leg of this presentation has to do with animal handling. We have been talking about animal housing. Handling is also very important. The way we handle our animals will confirm to us whether the animals can be under stress or not. Proper handling is expected when you work with animals and you want to improve their welfare. What are the principles of good animal handling? We must talk about calmness and confidence. Approach animals in a calm, quiet, and confident manner as they can sense fear and hesitations. Avoid sudden movement, loud voice, and exaggerated gesture when you are working with the animal. They can also be scared. Patience is also very important. Give animals time to observe their environment and assess the situations before moving. Do not rush them. When you introduce a rabbit into a new cage, that rabbit will study the environment, sniff the environment, and adapt itself into that environment. As this can also cause stress and making handlings more difficult if you rush them. Understanding the flight zone. Each of these animals have their own flight zone, which is animal's personal space to guide its movement. When you enter a flight zone initiating movement, then releasing pressures will definitely stop it. Apart from this, we also talk about correct positioning. Learn to position yourself correctly relative to the animal. Your position will definitely influence the directions of movement of the animal. And so large animals should be approached from the side or shoulder, not from the behind. So it depends on where you want them to move. I will talk about that later. Facility maintenance. Ensure handling facilities are in good conditions. Individual differences where, like human, animals also exhibit their individual differences. You should make account for species-specific differences and the individual temperament of animal. Some may require more time and training to actually habituate them to that specific handling procedure, either to collect semen or to give them injections or to treat them in one way or the other. There are 5 key freedoms that the animals must enjoy for them to have an improved animal welfare. Number 1, there must be freedom from hunger and thirst. You can see this cattle is already emaciated. Then the animal must also be free from discomfort. This pig is already suffering from discomfort. And then the animal must also be free from pain, injury, and disease. This animal is already sick. This cattle is already sick. And you should ensure, by all means, to ensure that the animal welfare concept will allow freedom of the animals to be able to do well in their immediate environment. Number 4, the animal must enjoy freedom and must also be free from fear and distress. You can see this goat. This goat is also under stress, it's about to jump out of where it is being kept. And lastly, the animal is also meant to enjoy freedom to express their normal behavior. Let them be able to roam together, live together, enjoy their comfort. Having said this, when the animals are raised in high welfare environment, where there is proper housing, where there is good ventilations, where there are appropriate space allocations, as well as balanced nutrition, they tend to have stronger immune system, as well as decreased incidence of disease condition. So positive human contact when you talk about gentle handling and a comfortable environment, definitely will improve growth rates and feed conversion efficiency in animals. Apart from this, we also know that instead of using the restraint, noise, whips, or the sticks by the majority of the cowboy, low stress livestock animals would definitely use animal natural instincts to manage livestock, such as sheep, cattle, and hogs. Low stress livestock animals make use of an animal point of balance and flight zone to move the animal, a practice that is most common in South Africa presently. You see, the point of balance is situated at the shoulders of the animals for most of these livestock. So the animal tend to move forward if the animals stand behind them. If the animals stand behind them, they tend to move forward. And when the animal is ahead of them, then you know that most of those animals want to move backward. So the positions where you stand will also depict the directions where you want your animals to actually move. Strategies for improving handlings and welfare management practice. Management practices is key. Appropriate housing and space allowances, gentle handlings, and low stress transport aids, as well as biosecurity, preventive veterinary programs aligned with behavioral needs. Then, in terms of nutrition and feed management, balanced rations that respect natural origins behavior should actually be encouraged. When you need to adopt technology adoption, precision monitoring, like sensors, drones for high stress detections can actually be used. Mobile apps for farming, farmers trainings, and for farmers recording their data can also be encouraged. The economic and sustainability benefits after we have actually adopted the use of innovative housing and the system. Number one, you stand to gain productivity, enhanced productivity. Number two, it reduces disease costs. And at the end, you have a better carcass quality. So in conclusion, we talk about a sustainable future. When we adopt improved, innovative housing system, as well as proper handling management, then there is hope for animal welfare in Africa. One, welfare as a foundation is key, is the bedrock of sustainable animal production. And we must also respect the biology of the animal. Innovations must honor animal biology and dignity. And lastly, when you talk about innovation itself, it should be a compassionate innovation. African livestock future balances innovations with compassion. Innovation should serve both productivity and compassion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Ewola, for that beautiful presentation. I must say that was a loaded one. Let me especially welcome everyone for their attention, for their time, and for listening to this. Now we want to briefly go into the question and answer section for the last two teachings that we have had. I don't know if there will be any question from any of our physical venues, virtual participants, for the teaching modules, as well as for the last presentation by Professor Ewola. Once again, Professor Ewola, I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. We have some questions in the chat box. I don't know if you have anybody that wants to ask questions before we go to the one in the chat box. I don't know if you want to ask a question, please raise up your hand. Maybe we should start from the ones we have in the chat box.
Okay, we can start from the chat box.
Yeah, the first question is for Professor Ewola. Prof, sir, there is a question here that says, is there any disadvantage of using artificial ventilation in animal house aside cost? For instance, if I put fan to my goats, if I give fans to my horse, is there any disadvantage to this aside the cost of this, sir?
Sorry, what was the question again?
Okay, the question is this, Prof. Is there any disadvantage of using artificial ventilation for animals aside costs? If I use fan for my goats, does it have any implication aside the cost?
Okay, thank you. Well, artificial inseminations have its own advantages, and there are several reasons why artificial insemination can be adopted. And in most cases, ideally, in natural setting, animals welfare embrace natural mating. But there are cases whereby some animals.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, intelligent. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I think I got you wrong. You are talking about artificial ventilation.
Yes, ventilation, fan.
Oh, good. Well, in most cases, when you use artificial ventilation, the issue of airflow is not a function of temperature alone. It has to do with relative humidity. When we measure the impact of heat stress, we put concentrations for both temperatures and relative humidity. Relative humidity, even when you use artificial ventilations or air circulations using fan and the likes, in most cases, the relative humidity will not be lower. So it is far better if you can adopt the natural ventilations that make your animals feel more natural to the environment than the use of artificial fan or other facilities that will definitely also increase the air circulations but will not lower the relative humidity.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that beautiful response to that. So it's good to go natural if possible.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There is this question. I don't know who to direct it to, if it is the teaching module or to Prof. The question is that, is there a particular course one needs to study to become an animal advocate? Is there anything I need to study to start telling people about animal welfare? Prof, say something.
Wendy, do you want to say something about that?
Where is it? Knowledge is power. And when you are informed, when you are duly informed, then you will do it better. So acquiring knowledge, learning, or reading about it, or undergoing some even training or courses about animal welfare is fundamental. And most of the farmers we have, they are not even aware of these basic practices that will answer the animal welfare. And they are actually forgetting that the animal welfare is directly linked to their productivity. When the animals' welfare are not given priority, most of the productivities we are getting from them are far below their expected expressions of their genetic potential. So it is not out of it. If you want to actually adopt this, give yourself to these courses and also this training. It could actually be a field training, and that will be an exposure to that will lead to an improved understanding of animal welfare. I know that my sister has also talked about modules that we needed actually to also undergo. She will also share more on this.
Thank you very much, Prof. Although there's still a question for you, but let's go to the Vets United team for now. I think this question should go to Wendy. Wendy, the question is there for you. The question is, all these teaching modules, they are like mostly targeted at institutions and students. Do we have ones that are directly applicable to farmers? Because farmers are struggling between survival and productivity. Do we have some teaching modules that are specifically targeted at farmers?
Thank you for the question. So when I was talking about targeting universities and colleges, I didn't mention that in my presentation. I was mainly talking about, we also do project collaboration. So we do collaborate mainly with universities and colleges with our projects, but of course, the teaching materials are available for absolutely everyone. And they do cover also the basics. And as mentioned, they are adaptable. So farmers, anybody can download them. And even if you want to do training in that area, you can't change individual slides, but you can take topics out which might not be relevant, and you can add other topics which might be not in there, which are particularly important to your region, your area, or your target audience. So you can use them if they're useful for you, for everyone. We're not going to do particular teaching materials for farmers, basically just because we are a very small organization and we haven't got the capacity. So we decided at the beginning that we really need to set a focus, and we decided to take the focus on animal health professionals. So we would love to do it all, but we just can't.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Let me also support this, that when I was going through the fish welfare model, I think in a way the farmers can use it, and it's almost direct. So I think as a farmer, as a teacher, as a researcher, anyone can make use of all these teaching models. They are directly applicable. Thank you very much, Wendy. There's another question here to Professor Ewola. Professor Ewola, how can dairy barns be designed to reduce lameness in dairy cattle? How can we design our barns?
Thank you. Yes, when we talk about lameness always results when you allow your animal to stand for a very long time. So it is far better to allow your animals to be raised and allow them to graze on paddock. Your paddock can be on rotational basis. Through that procedure, the animal will exercise themselves. So that is why it is also important to consider some these innovative farm housings that will give room for your animals to actually roam and exercise themselves, keeping the animal in situ for a very long period of time. Most of these ruminant animals, naturally, they enjoy grazing. They exercise themselves. They can walk a long distance. But by the time you bring them under confinement for a long period of time, the next thing you will see is that they will develop lameness. So the best way to do it is you can create an attachment to your pen where these animals will be allowed to graze. Most of them that suffer this disease condition is as a result of those that practice zero grazing. You see, instead of them to allow to graze in the paddock, they will go and do cut and carry and still bring it to them in situ. This animal will not be able to exercise themselves, and it is not part of their natural life, and their welfare is also being compromised. And that is why the resultant effect is the lameness.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that's very loaded. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have physical participants from Kenya, Ghana, or South Africa that will be willing to ask questions, but while we wait for that, there is someone in the chat that wants to speak up. Go on, Joy, where are you? Can you please unmute yourself and ask your question? Joy?
The person cannot unmute unless he uses the raise of hand button and then I find him. So go on, kindly use that raise of hand button and it makes it easy for me to find you.
Okay. So Samuel, do we have any question from your venue? Is there any other question anywhere? Our time is fast spent. We want to go for coffee break.
We have questions from Nigeria.
Samuel, do we have any from that hand?
No, okay. From
Okay.
Ghana?
Yeah, so let me hand over back to Dr. Yasiri so that we go for coffee break.
No.
We have questions from Nigeria.
Okay.
Please go on. We have time. Please go on. We have time.
Please go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please give them the microphone.
Kindly let the person introduce himself. Introduce yourself before you go to the question, please. Introduce yourself first. So for instance, is it possible to add to either increase or reduce new food in farms, or is it possible for it to also affect the capacity in meat producing animals?
Okay, thank you for that beautiful questions. Yes, there is positive correlations between animals and the productive potential of animals. The moment the handling induce stress, it will definitely impair production. So in most cases, we always appreciate if you allow your animals with a minimal stress. We have seen cases whereby animals has reduced the handling pattern of poultry and also the big key that you have also talked about. Because the way you handle these animals will tell on them how they will also be able to exhibit their natural potential. We must also be mindful that the animals on their own, they have their own instincts, and they also develop mood and temperament based on these instincts. So if animal is roughly handled, before you take that animal to the making part, they may not let that sufficient meat for you. And that is a major constraint, and that will boil down or affect the meat yield for that animals for that day. So handling has a direct relationship with productive potential. Yeah.
The next question, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is this. What are the factors that may influence the choice of environmental management to be used for farming? And I also stated here that in the process of introducing an environmental management, which is strange to an animal, in the process of introducing it to that animal, who needs to subject that animal to the stress that you are trying to avoid with respect to taking care of welfare?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the question is all about factors that actually govern the type of enrichment to be adopted for the animal. One of the key factors is the species. These animal species, they are not the same, and they exhibit different behavioral patterns. So at times when you discover an enrichment that works for pigs, may not work for poultry. The one that work for poultry may not work for cattle. One, because they are not the same body size, and also they don't also have the same behavioral response. So one key factor that you must give a concern to is the species of the animals that you are working with. If you see my presentations, all those pictures of different species which I actually shared, you discover that the type of enrichment associated with them are not the same. So that is why you, of course, your second question has to do with the introductions of the enrichment in their environment. Will it not actually also induce stress? We must be aware that naturally, all these animals that were tamed and domesticated are from the wild. In their own natural habitat, that is what they enjoy. So, and that is why instead of adding stress to them, it improves their performance because that is what they enjoy doing. You will see if you keep rabbit somewhere, the rabbit will still be trying to actually grow into the soil because it is instinct in them. So instead of doing that, if you now make some bedding materials available for them to play with, they enjoy it. You see, when you allow the animals to do what they enjoy most, they tend to better. Thank you.
So go on. Go on. Go on, you
Yes,
have the
ma'am.
floor now. Go on.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Good day, everybody. My name is Kowon Joy. I'm from.
Now, when it comes to vaccination and their how do you handle that? When you said you don't put them to stress. And like you rightly said, there's an appropriate time for vaccination. due to temperature and some other factors. How do we handle stress or the aggression in that area? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, when you want to carry out vaccinations with your poultry that are rare or deep litter, of course, you will need to handle them. But there is a way you can go about it to minimize stress. You see, some deep litters are on very large areas of pen. The moment you allow your antennas to walk in the midst of them, some of them are scared, some of them will fly, and then you will see pandemonium within the pen. That already will induce stress. So the best way to go about it is to use something that we refer to as like that. That Buddha guide, you will use it to count them or in few numbers, like about 10, like about 5. And when you are done with that, you count another one. Then will be pursuing them all around the thing. And that is why when you need to do vaccinations, you must have a mindset to minimize the stress you are going to subject your animals to. And may I also tell you the side effect of it. When your animals are under stress, and such animals also are vaccinated, those animals will go up down diagnosis. Because stress also will reduce or suppress the immunity of the animal. So when you are vaccinating those animals, they are expected to actually have a very resting time. But when you begin to still move amidst of them and they are scared, they are running scatter, as long as their immunity is reduced, then the ability to overcome that activated virus during vaccinations to gain adaptive immune response that you desire will be lost. Thank you.
So, Dr. Ayola, there is a question here virtually. Thank you very much. This question is also going to Professor Ewola. Prof, sir, the question is, what is the appropriate loading density for cattle? Appropriate loading density for cattle.
Loading density. Okay, thank you. When the loading density for cattle varies with age and size, and that is why in most cases it depends on the age of cattle and the available space area. Like when I was reporting about the expected floor space, the size of the animals and the available space would determine the number of the animals that can be contained for that particular vehicle at a particular time. So statutorily, you cannot just say this is expected loading density without giving considerations to age and also even the sex. Both male and female animals, they don't also have the same loading density because their body conformations are not the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We still have about 3 individuals here that wants to talk. Go on, Joy. You want to ask a question? Can you please unmute yourself and speak up?
Okay, yes, ma. Good day, everybody. My name is Gowon Joy. I'm a zoologist. Now, following this program, I discovered that most people participating here are vet doctors. So I want to ask from my own end as a zoologist. Now, I'm working in an abattoir where animals are not properly handled. How do I come in based on the fact that maybe I am not having any certificate or any proof to give to educate these people that animals are supposed to be handled properly before slaughter? So I want to ask if I need to be a vet doctor or a veterinarian to give them a proper education on this. That was actually why I asked if there's a particular course you need to study to actually be an animal welfare advocate. Thank you.
Okay, can I answer
Thank
that?
you very much. Go on. Let me correct that impression. We are all not veterinarians. I am a
Okay.
fish researcher, and we have several other animal livestock here. So we are not all veterinarians. Now, who do we direct this question to? Dr. Yasser, you want to say something?
Yes, just to let you know that animal welfare, when we talk about animal welfare, you don't have to be a vet. I am not a vet. I am an animal scientist, and I specialize in animal behavior and welfare. And a lot of people like that are here as well. So when you talk about advocacy, a lot of us, even if you are not into animal science, at times you have this passion. It could be based on your childhood experience or things you see in your environment that you believe is not done properly. Like you said, you are a zoologist and you work in the abattoir. For the fact that you are seeing these real life case scenarios and you have this understanding that the way the animals are being handled or slaughtered is not proper, you can stand up as an advocate to talk against it. And for you to now have knowledge, you can make use of those teaching models. At least you have some information to back up whatever you are saying. So that would be like a guide. Okay, I can show you these teaching models. It says that you don't have to do this. It says that this, if you do it this way, it's going to cause stress on your animal. You don't necessarily have to be for now. But later on, if you then decide that this is your passion, you want to follow it up by studying a course, of course, you can become an animal scientist or a vet doctor, depending. You don't necessarily have to be a vet doctor.
Thank you,
Have I
ma.
covered that?
Thank you very
Yes, ma.
much.
Thank you, ma.
You're
Can
welcome.
we have
And I'll be so glad
Ahmed?
to welcome you. I love what you're doing and I'm ready to support you.
Thank you so much, ma. Appreciate, ma.
You're welcome.
I don't know, Ahmed Abdul Sattar, you want to ask a question?
Unmute, Ahmed, unmute.
Unmute yourself, please.
Unmute, I'm sending you the signal. Yeah, good.
Yes, yes. So my name is Alasan Yako, a participant, a vet, Ghana. Yes, I have a question. And my question is, what is the appropriate position of cattle during transport?
What is what?
Can you
That
come
was
again?
not clear enough, please. Come again.
Yes, I would like to know the appropriate position of cattle during transport.
Position. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
position.
Appropriate position of cattle during okay.
Transport, yes.
Professor Wola.
Thank you for that question. When you talk about the postures the animal should take when the animal is being transported, first thing you must give attention to what posture is best for the animal during this journey. And that is the reason why the number of the animal you keep in the van or in your transporting vehicle matters a lot. Animals may choose to stand at their own convenient time, and they must not be deprived. But when the space is not available, they are bound to be subjected to stress. Animals may choose to lie down during transportation, then they must not be deprived. When we talk about animal welfare, we are talking about allowing the animals to exceed their rights. And that's why when you talk about the loading density, the number of the animal you are expected to keep in that vehicle should allow a space for them either to stand or to lie down. Because at a particular time, they might choose to rise, they might choose to also sit. Animal welfare must make provisions for that particular animal to exceed their rights. If you see the pictures I displayed during presentation, those animals were tied down inside a vehicle, and eventually the opportunity even to run their body is not made available. That is spoiled. That is not good. And they are transported like that for a very long distance. And then it will last, the journey will last for about 2-3 days. That is not fair enough. So you should allow your animals choose the best posture for them. But because you want to maximize space, when you're supposed to keep 4 or 3 animals, you tend to put 10 or 12 because it is the same number of liters of fuel or the cost for transportation that you are going to pay at the expense of the welfare of the animal. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We appreciate you, but we still have one more question before you go. Ajayi Victor, can you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajayi Victor. I'm an animal scientist. I would like to know, based on the housing system, I don't know if there's any, if there have been any thing done about like maybe colors and lighting in housing. I don't know whether there should be like a specific amount of lighting for animals from so time to another time, and for colors. I don't know if colors affect animals, maybe they stress them out or something. I don't know. Thank you.
Let me come in from there. Let me answer that question. When you talk about lightning, I think there's lots of research that have worked about lightning, photoperiod, and things like that. The cycle, light and dark dark period, the number of hours, they have it's out there in terms of information. You just need to look for it. And when you talk about the wavelength in terms of the color of the light, research has made us to understand that the blue light and the green light for chickens now tend to have a calming effect on the birds and thereby reducing the level of stress in them. I'm talking from a chicken person. I don't know if there's research about color of light on other animal species, but there are research on light wavelength and how you can use it to reduce the level of stress in animals. Yeah.
Thank you, Ma. Prof, do you want to add anything in terms of other animals aside birds before we end this session?
When you talk about the issue of lighting and the color of the light, even far beyond color of the light, there is also a research conducted here that has to do with the color of the paint, where the researchers actually use different color of the paint to see whether the peak performance will be influenced, and it was. Indeed, it was. And also with respect to what Dr. Yashiri has just said, a lot of studies have been conducted on the impact of lightning as well as the color of the light on the bird performance, peak performance, and other species like that. It does influence their performance because, you know, it is through their visual appraisals that discover that there's an interactions between the light intensities and the color rays of wavelengths with respect to their retinas, which eventually influence the melatonin productions that enhance reproductive abilities of those particular species. So there is a correlation between lightning and also melatonin secretions in the pineal organs of the animal, and this melatonin responsible for reproductive processes in sheep, in goats, and some animals. So when you see some animals that exhibited seasonal breeding, so it's as a result of impact of the photoperiod, impact of the lightning. And the study also I conducted here, we have to look for a way of breaking seasonal breeders using exogenous melatonin, because we know those species of animals that exhibited it as a result of the impact of lightning and photoperiod has a low secretions of melatonin, and those periods they go off breeding season, and then the animals will not reproduce. So there is positive correlations between lightnings and also the color of the light, as well as the color of the paint on the performance and reproductive capability of some species of animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ajayi, you still have your hands up. Maybe you need to drop that. We have just one more question before we end this section. After this, I think we are not taking any other one. The question is this, and I think it's also going to Prof. How can communities in pastoral areas be engaged to adopt low-cost donkey welfare interventions without disrupting their cultural or economic practices? Should I come over that again, Prof?
Okay, please take it again.
How can communities in pastoral areas be engaged to adopt low-cost donkey welfare?
Low-cost
donkey welfare interventions.
Okay. Okay, yeah, well, you see, when it comes to the issue of low-cost interventions in the areas where pastoral farming is engaged, in most cases, they are, particularly in Nigeria, there are areas where we have a very fast, most especially in the northern parts. The population is not as dense as in the southern region. And then they have a very large expanse of land that can actually be used for pastoral farms. And eventually, if they are to live on pastures that are on the natural grazing area, definitely the cost of feeding those animals will be minimal. And then those in that engaged in such will actually take a benefit from it. So the community also needed to be aware what is actually expected in terms of welfare of the animals as they look after them.
Thank you very much, Prof. We sincerely appreciate you. And at this junction, we have come to the end of the question and answer sections. And I want to hand over to Dr. Yasere so that we can conclude this first section. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining. So we'll be going on coffee break now. We want you to stretch your legs. We don't want to bore you too much, but absolutely we are loving the participation so far. We love the engagement. That means you're processing the information and it shows that you are interested in improving animal welfare in your country or in your region. So we'll be going on a 10 minutes coffee break. So grab your cup of coffee, get water, stretch your legs, and then come back and we'll continue. Thank you so much.
Like it should not just come to an end. It was a good one. The interaction was lovely, and I also want to especially appreciate all participants, both physical and virtual, for that beautiful, engaging section. Let me ask you to keep the momentum moving because we have so many more to unload. Now, we are going to the next speaker, and that will be from Kenya. While our speaker from Kenya gets set, the talk is going to be on Africans and pets, belief, handling, and welfare concerns. In the meantime, let me share one or two important announcements. For those that are asking for the recording of this presentation, let me also inform us that we have a live streaming of this on our YouTube. You can definitely reach out to the YouTube channel of this workshop and you will have access to all these recordings. I'll drop the link to this also in the chat so that you can have access to this after now. And I don't know, let me hand over back to Dr. Yasere. We will continue from there.
Okay, you're all welcome. I hope you had the time to stretch your legs, get coffee, get water. And for those of you, I know the time difference, some of you are already having your lunch. Enjoy your lunch while you're listening as well. So if you want to drop your any contact you have, you can, if you want people to connect with you, feel free. Let's just do that in the next 2 minutes before we have the speaker from Kenya. We are actually giving them the opportunity because they are on their lunch break and I want them to eat well and have the energy to pump up the momentum. So if you want to drop your link for connections in the chat, please do that. Yes, please do that. And the ISAE Regional Secretary said, we are doing this as a live stream on YouTube. This is the first time we are doing it, but I'm so excited that everything is working on very well. And if you have any other questions, maybe something that's just came to your mind while you're having coffee break, drop it in the chat as well. We'll be happy to answer your question. If you want to know how you can become an ISAE member, you can drop it. I'll respond and send you the link. And for the teaching modules, we have seen about 7 people have registered. That's good. It means you're taking action. So whoever still wants to, have access to the teaching modules, please feel free. If you don't have the link, I'll share the link. Just drop it there and we'll share the link with you. We want everybody, we want education in animal welfare to be accessible to as many people as possible. So as Africans, it's not an issue of, I don't know. There's no more ignorance anywhere. We are making this knowledge free to everybody. All right. Samuel from Kenya, let's hear from you. Are you guys ready? Yeah, kindly unmute and let's know. Is our speaker ready?
Yes, we are ready to go.
All right, you have the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Yasere. I want to introduce our speaker, at least it's afternoon here, Dr. Dennis Kipkoril. Dr. Dennis Kipkoril is a veterinarian with over 13 years experience, largely in animal welfare advocacy. And he's going to speak to us this afternoon about Africans and pets. Very interesting topic, focusing on the beliefs, handling, and welfare concerns. So welcome, Dennis.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have heard, that is my name. I'm Dr. Dennis Kipkoril, a BVM and also an MSc on agricultural economics. Privileged today to stand before already established protocol to talk on this topic on Africans and pets. I'm standing in under Former Veterinary Association. And as veterinarians in Kenya, we have an association which dates back to 1967, talking briefly about it. And you have chapters to cover the former 8 provinces in Kenya. That is, we now call it branches. And I represent the Rift Valley branch. The topic on Africans and pets is quite monolithic. There is no one definition or explanation on how Africans relate to their pets. And it will be interesting to look at this together. And it's an icebreaker and tea break. This is one of the photos I came across 7 years ago, and I like using it, especially in presentations. We have that Africa, those of us who are religious, we have that prayer that gives us our daily bread. All Christians, we were just having lunch, and those who are having coffee, we prayed in the morning that gives us our daily bread. But then again, the angel of that photo is also praying to God that deliver us from evil. And I'll keep asking myself, which prayer will God answer? Will you be able to know which prayer will God answer? And because just basically talks about being strategic and being optional. It just speaks about being optional, being strategic, and being specific on what we do. And that at the end of the day, effort is rewarded. If the antelope runs fast, God will deliver it from evil. If the cheetah is faster than the antelope, then we'll get his food. So apart from the prayers and apart from the daily hopes or vision that we have to be objective and strategic. As a way of introduction, Africans and pets, when you talk of pets in Africa, I know the one animal that comes into your mind is the dog. I think it's the most famous pet in Africa. And pet ownership among Africans is increasing, basically because of incomes, urbanization, globalization. The things that happen in Europe can easily happen in Africa within the shortest time. And particularly in some African countries, the pet numbers have tripled, according to estimates from World Organization for Animal and individual national surveys. In Kenya, that was done in 2019, and in other African countries, specific time. And there's a lot of diversity and contextualization of pet ownership in Africa. And many people view pets as companions, but then in Africa it does different other activities apart from being a companion. And historically, dogs were for guarding and hunting, and especially among the traditional African communities. Just to expound on why pet ownership is on the rise, the rising incomes. There's a lot of middle income explosion in different African countries, and because of rising incomes, people have a lot of disposable income, and some of that income is spent on owning pets and pet products and services. There is also urbanization that has forced people to go to most towns. And in most towns, city life is mostly, the community aspect is almost lost. And to keep people company, people now start owning pets. There is also the aspect of changing perceptions, the media. There is the greater focus on mental health, and pets are being seen as a source of emotional support to communities and individuals. Then there is still existing traditional roles, that is hunting, guarding livestock, especially among the pastoral communities. And this can be different from what you see in the urban areas, where pets are kept for companion activities, whereas it is functional when you go to the rural areas. And to further expand this, you have seen an increase in the number of pet businesses, pet shops, pet groomers, boarding facilities, pet food brands, and veterinary clinics. Those of us from Kenya, we have seen an upsurge in the number of veterinary clinics. And you look back 5-10 years ago, you only had animal health clinic and a few 2 or 3 clinics in capital city Nairobi. But now you go to other cities outside Nairobi, and there are upcoming clinics. We also have industry market reports that has shown that pet vaccine market is growing at 6 to 8% per year. That tells you pet ownership is also on the rise. And when you look at Comtrade, the UN Comtrade summary, it shows that there is an upward trend of pet vaccines market in Africa. Just to give an overview of the common pets that we keep, we have the dog, we have rabbits, the mouse, puppy, cat. But then the most common one is the dog and the cat. Outside these common pets, in Africa, there's a thin line between livestock ownership and pets. I've seen people struggle to sell their cattle. Then you ask yourself, is that cattle kept for production, or it's a pet animal? Or when you want to slaughter, people don't want to slaughter the animals. You go to Maasai community, there is also a strong connection between the donkeys and the Maasai women. And in fact, when you go to Maasai, they refer to the donkey as the co-wife. So there's a thin line between the donkey as an animal, as a pet, and as also as a useful asset in the household. And these are some of the other animals that you might consider them as pets, depending on the context that they are. And then when you have the other animal, this was one found in Baringo in Kenya a few years ago. And you look at the decoration, it's a decoration. Yeah. And I know in most of the African societies, snake ownership, then there's also a thin line between the social vices, what people call witchcraft, and ownership of the snake as a pet animal. Just asking you whether you can own one, a snake. And I know most people would be afraid to own a snake, but I know it's a good animal. It's a friendly animal. Those of us who have gone to one of them at the zoo. When you look at the historical and cultural context of pet ownership, historically in Africa, three communities come up as the major, or there is a documented history on their ownership of dogs, and that is the Maasai community in Kenya, the Babas in South Africa, and Fulani in West Africa. While in West Africa, it's owned majorly as a hunting animal, especially the dog. Among the Maasai, it's owned as a guard animal. Funny enough, most Maasais don't have a very clear companion relationship with the dog, whereas it's a useful animal that is given for guarding animals. That is why when we veterinarians go to undertake vaccination campaigns in those areas, handling of the dogs is normally left again to you, the vet. You want to chase the dog and vaccinate. But then it's a useful animal that communities. And furthermore, on the historical and cultural context, the ancient Egypt and Europa communities have documented a lot of art, especially with the cat. It's not considered as, it was not considered as a god that people could worship, but then the Egyptians regarded the cat as a vessel that the god can use to reach out to you or reach back to them when you want to communicate with your gods. There's a bit of historical and symbolic roles that most animals have in African context. So as I said, ownership of pets in Africa has got diverse attitudes. There is no single African attitude toward pets. And practices vary widely based on the region you come from, the economic status, and cultural norms. And in economics, we normally study about that people have the free will to decide on what works best for them. And this is best explained by pet ownership. When you look at the religious influences of pet ownership in Africa, I'm not a Muslim, I will not say for a fact that that is what happens. But then in Islam, the dog is not that well accepted because of cleanliness, especially saliva. However, it is permitted for hunting and guarding livestock. And in most cases, you go to Islam communities, it is kept outside. There is limited bonding between the communities and the animal. Whereas in the same community, the Islam community, they easily accept the cat and those other pets. So there's some religious influence on pet ownership in terms of Islamic religion. When you look at the Christian religion, the Bible talk about Christians as stewards, especially in Genesis. We were given the power to steward all God's creation. And the Bible also says the righteous care for the needs of the animals. But Prophet Muhammad also said that we need to be kind to animals. So there's an agreement in religion that we need to be kind and care for animals. However, then there is that aspect of cleanliness and purity that comes in some other religions. I don't talk about those two religions because they are the major religions in Africa. So just to say that while specific practices differ, the faith is an entry point to improving animal welfare in Africa. When you come to indigenous beliefs, in as much as there is pet ownership, I know most of the cats, for people come along the coast in Kenya, the cat ownership is very different from people who come up country. I want to believe it's also the same in most other African countries. So there's some linkage between pet ownership and witchcraft, and this might affect handling, acceptance, and welfare practices. Just fast forward to pet handling. I want to speak about different functionalities or different ways in which pets are handled in Africa, and the difference can be functional or companion role. And this is well explained in pets owned in urban and rural areas. In urban areas, they are companion animals, so they are owned handled differently. In rural areas, they are guard and hunting animals, so they are handled differently. And quite often, you will find that feeding and care routines differ between rural and urban areas, and mostly leftover scavenging, no balanced nutrition will happen from the rural as you move to, and it improves as you go to urban. Whereas you also to urban, there are issues of roaming dogs that then scavenge or find it difficult to get balanced nutrition. And along feeding and nutrition, there are aspects of affordability and quality that affect the type of feed and care routine that you give to animals. And when you talk of quality, we have seen upcoming commercial feed companies that offer different feeds, and we want to believe that their quality also differ. And you have seen in most of the clinics you visit them, sometimes there is an upsurge of aflatoxin related cases that related to quality. Housing is also a way of handling, and it differ across different African contexts, and from roaming to indoors. And roaming dogs, tethering, you find them commonly in the rural areas. Structured kennels, you will find them in the rural areas, but then they are not most common practice. Indoors, mostly in urban areas where they are kept as companion animals. Then handling and human interactions, and I've said that this one differs contextually as you move from companion to functional. And in most studies, you find that children are the most common people that interact with pets, especially the dog. And when it comes to public health, then they are also most affected group. So children in most African countries are the ones who handle these animals. Then the fear of disease for pets that can transmit diseases. Access to vet is also an handling practice, and in Africa, the ratio of practitioners to animals is quite low. That is why in Africa we emphasize so much on preventive care, and which is quite diverse, as you will find that it can be regular to absent in most areas as you move from rural to urban contexts. So that you find in urban areas, the preventive and veterinary care is very regular, and you move along that dimension, I mean, it becomes irregular to absent. And in a study done in Cameroon, there was an influence of poverty and knowledge and awareness. And we are saying that poverty can affect access to healthcare. There are modern trends to pet ownership. Into pets is something that is coming up nicely in most African cities, where animals are kept indoors, they are given names, they are treated as family members. They also celebrate birthdays, just like the family members. And when they die, we celebrate them just like the family members in honoring them with funerals. Interestingly also, it can be the opposite in some other parts of the rural areas. And so this aspect of indoor pets is an upcoming trend.
Just a minute, we'll try and sort out. Can you hear us?
Yes, but I think two devices, there is still echo. All right.
You can hear us?
There is still echo.
Still a lot of...
I think that the speaker just needs to speak out because I can hear you very well somewhere.
Okay.
Hold on, please. It's better they sort it once and for all so you can all enjoy the presentation. Thank you so much for your patience. Not too good, not too good.
You can hear us from here?
From there, it's perfect. Where you are is perfect.
So maybe you need to stand here. And then you can just use, I can run the slide for you. On my time.
Yes, we can see the slide.
Track a bit, then you can move a little bit faster. Okay. Sorry for that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better, quite better now.
Okay, thank you. So let me move closer to the other screen. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to go back to the entire presentation, but then I can work from where I am. Is that okay?
Yes, please go on. Go on from where you are. Yeah.
Thank you. So just to go back, I was talking about the historical context of pet ownership in Africa, and I say that ancient Egypt drawings and sculpts have some aspect of pet ownership that depicts the use of the cat as a vessel to reach the gods and not exactly as the god themselves. And I say that attitudes in Africa are not the same towards pet ownership, and they vary widely based on the region where someone is, the economic status of the household and the region, and the cultural norms. And next. And there is some influence of the religion on pet ownership. And I said Islam have a bit of reservation for dog ownership just because of the stupidity and the cleanliness associated with the saliva. And I think this is because of rabies and other public health related conditions. And they're often kept outside unlike animals in the cat. But then the Christian perspective is very receptive to pet ownership as permitted by God's creation in Genesis and also as in the other books of the Bible that talk about the righteous care for the needs of the animals. Next. And these provide a good entry point for improvement of animal welfare and also for welfare campaigns in Africa and other regions. Whereas the indigenous beliefs are quite opposite of the religious beliefs, it's something that can be worked on over time. And I said in Kenya, the cats and the snakes are sometimes linked to witchcraft, which affects the acceptance of pets and welfare practices. And talking about handling practices, we have the functional and the companion roles. And functional, I say that the guard and the hunting companion is because of the company and the mental health benefits that come with pet ownership. And feeding and care routines also differ across the dimension from rural to urban and across different cultural practices, cultural contexts, sorry. And it comes from leftovers to commercial feeds and balanced nutrition. Housing from roaming to indoors, and that continuum has some social cultural connections. Handling animal interactions are often minimal across different African contexts, and this is because of the fear of disease, religion, and most of the children are the common people that interact with animals because they don't have prior experiences. Health-seeking behavior and handling practice, and it's limited in most African countries. There are limited animal health professionals, and we normally emphasize on preventive care, and these can also be regular to absent, as recommended in Cameroon, and there was an influence of poverty and knowledge on healthcare seeking behavior. Then on the trends, I want to speak about the trends that are happening now as at this moment. We have indoor pets that are kept inside and treated as family members, with family celebrations, with names, and even birthdays and funerals. The mental health benefits, there is documented evidence that pets have some benefits emotionally and the mental health of owners. And in a study done by Rose et al., the dog owners were more satisfied with their lives and had significantly less stress than the cat owners. And we may need to replicate this across different African countries to look at how these come up. Public health is also another upcoming event. As you have seen in Kenya and most other African countries, there is an appeal to end rabies by 2030. So there's a lot of vaccinations happening currently now. There's a lot of education on pet ownership, and this is related to public health conditions that come from pets. Animal welfare is an upcoming trend in terms of pet ownership. There's a lot of animal welfare legislations, and there's a challenge in balancing these legislations with culture and regulations. And we talk about culture and regulations. For example, in Kenya, Nairobi County passed a law that for you to own a pet, especially the dog, you have to have a license. It varies with other counties. Here in Nakuru, you may not need a license to own a pet or a dog. And in most African countries, again, there's an upcoming trend. There's a lot of legislation. In Kenya, we have the Animal Welfare Bill, which is ongoing and is about to be passed. International pet trade is also another upcoming trend. And with Asia and Europe as the major importers of birds and pets from Africa, South Africa is coming out as the major exporter. And by that study done by Shifao in 2024, there's a lot of international pet trade movements. This you can see most of our clinics, they're now becoming licensed exporters or they facilitate the movement. There is what we call an importer certification to facilitate the movement of pets. Population control, there's a lot of campaigns on spay and neuter campaigns, especially in cities, because of increased number of pets. And sometimes they cause public health reasons. And just to join these, Kenyans are also join them. You go to online media, Facebook is the Cat Lovers Kenya. And there's a lot of communication and conversations around spay and neuter. And to speak on costs and veterinary care, there's a lot of campaigns that they want to link their cats and animals to existing campaigns within the city. Now to knowledge gaps, despite the trends, despite the improvements, there is still limited understanding of animal welfare among different contexts. Because harmful practices persist, there is still use of wires, chains, there is still beating of these animals. There is still intimidated training. I've seen there is an upsurge of dog trainers, but then you see what they train them is not with compassion care, sometimes with intimidation. There is still also late response to sickness in different ways. People still want to watch the animal if they can recover alone before visiting these or before visiting a professional. But then the welfare campaigns have been suggested to provide a solution to this knowledge gap. The welfare concerns so now are neglect and poor nutrition, right from scavenging to commercial feeds. It's not that it's because it's commercial, it's a quality feed. So there's still a lot of concerns around nutrition. Diseases and parasite outbreak, worms, viruses, bacteria. Inadequate shelter is still very common. It's a welfare concern. And our earlier speaker talked of the 5 freedoms, and these are still concerns along that line. Animal movements is still a welfare concern, only for animals. And then there are some other factors that also affect handling and of pets in Africa. And cost of veterinary care is one of the major factors. And priorities differ across different contexts, across different pet owners. And in a study done in Namibia, the origin of a pet, the sex of a pet, the species, the owner gender, were important factors in determining voluntary presentation of pets for sterilization. So there's still some other factors that affect welfare. Legislation and policy, and as I summarized, we have, for example, in Kenya, you have the Kenya Animal Welfare and Protective Bill, which is about to be ascended. But then there are also other local legislations. And I believe in Africa that happens also. There is the country legislation, then there is the local legislations that govern handling and of animals. Enforcement challenges, penalties and fines, sometimes they are too low. You find an animal abuser and they are fined like 500, 1,000 or less than 10,000. And sometimes enforcement officers have limited understanding of the animal welfare laws. Animal health services is still very low, which is still a welfare concern. And community-based programs are what we are encouraging now. Neuter campaigns, vaccinations, and population control. There is also the aspect of ethnomedicine, which is being used on pets. And in Cote d'Ivoire, they listed 44 medicinal plants that could be used to treat different ailments. However, the pharmacological aspects of it, the dynamics of pharmacology, on how often is what needs to be studied well and documented. And they were found to cure different ailments from skin conditions, diarrhea, herbs, and etc. So my recommendation today is that for the improvement of African pet ownership, awareness campaigns need to be improved. We need to improve on animal health outreach, and we have to be careful with cultural aspects that might hinder uptake of different approaches. And in conclusion, I'm saying that pets play different roles, as you can see, from functional to mental health to different other roles. And improving welfare requires context-specific strategies. What will work in Kenya might not work in Ghana. What will work in Ghana might not work in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis, for that presentation. That was on Africans and pets, belief, handling, and welfare concerns. I wouldn't know if there are questions. Yes, there were some saying that it wasn't audible enough, but we tried to improve on that. But if there are questions and if you have anything to say, you can drop your question in the chat box, or you can also raise your hand and you will be allowed to talk. Questions on pet handling? Now it's becoming more obvious that when we talk about animal welfare, we don't just talk about food animals that are meant for food. We have some other groups of animals that are referred to as companion animals. I wouldn't know if there are questions from Kenya physical participants, Nigerians physical participants, and the Ghanaians. If anyone is having any question, please feel free to raise up your hand while we'll take the questions.
So there's a question from the physical audience in Kenya.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's have you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, well, here in Kenya is afternoon. So my name is Collins, and basing on the statement that Dr. Dennis just said, that poverty obviously leads to poor animal welfare in various countries. So my question is, how can we practically address issues like chronic tethering, inadequate housing, nutritional neglect, and also in low-income communities? Like, how can we address on that and maybe come up with a decision to cover it? Yeah, thank you.
Did you get a question? Just want to be sure you can hear us.
We can, but not audible enough.
Not audible enough. Maybe
yes, if you can stay where you are, close to that place. Yes.
From here.
So good afternoon once again. So my question is, how can we practically address issues like chronic tethering, inadequate housing, nutritional neglect in low-income communities? Yeah.
All right, Dr. Dennis, how can we change?
Thank you for that question. Yes, as I said, studies have found that poverty is linked to poor animal welfare. And to change that, it requires holistic approach. You don't just want to address animal welfare as a single subject. You have to address also the socioeconomic factors from the owner and the community. So it doesn't require a one-dimensional approach. It requires a wide approach or a holistic approach, what we call one welfare. The welfare of the owner, the welfare of the animal, and the welfare of the environment. We don't just want to look at the animal simply. And now we have what we call the one welfare aspect. It is coming up. That doesn't only look at the animal alone. You look at the animal, the owner, and the environment. Thank you.
Anybody wants to add something?
Okay, let me add to it. Please stop sharing this the screen, please. Just to add about how can you address the issue of chronic tethering, inadequate housing. I would say to some extent, if we want to look at it at the way the local setting in which our animals are being handled, we have, like the goats or the sheep, they are being tethered for a long time, exposed to sunshine, exposed to rain, and even exposed to predators in such a situation. Could it be that due to ignorance of the fact that restricting the movement of the animals is on its own a stressful is stressful to the animals, and all these things still boils down to education and increasing awareness even from the grassroots. We need to talk to our farmers, those who have backyard animals, about the implication of all these practices that they are getting involved in. They may not know the implication in terms of welfare, but they may believe that just tethering the animal at least is to keep it safe in one place and things like that, not considering all the other factors or the limitation that the animal is being exposed to. So I want each and every one of us to begin to picture, this and see that what is the way forward after this workshop? How can I make a change in my environment? What can I do, to make people more aware about the implication of these practices? Because these are cultural practices, like we say, or let me say, they are indigenous ways by which these animals are being kept. To some extent, they may believe that because I don't have enough money to buy or to give the animal the quantity of feed that they need, let me just scatter something on the floor and let them, explore and scavenge and look for something else. That may be the way that they are keeping the animals, but we need to also let them know that we can do better. We can do better. If you cannot afford to care for the animal in a particular way, it's better you don't have them. Limit yourself to what you are able or capable of handling, and then do it properly. And one misconception I also want us to change is that most times when we talk about animal welfare, we tend to see it as something expensive, that you have to go to the extreme of making everything, or as if it should look like what exists in the developed countries. Absolutely, that is a wrong or perspective to it. Within the capacity or limitation of what you have around you, just make sure your animal is doing absolutely well. You don't have to go to the bank to get loans. You don't have to borrow, put yourself under unnecessary stress. I love the picture Professor Ewola put up, where they have the cattle and this bamboo. Let us begin to think about what we have, the local resources that we have around us. How can we harness it to improve the lives of our animals? It will be good to also see all these local interventions or local initiatives and how it is also improving the welfare of our animals. Don't forget, our animals are adaptable to the tropical environment. They have their unique, characteristics. But what can we do? Can we stretch ourselves a little bit just to see that we can actually use even local resources? When we talk about provision of water, what type of water are you giving them? Is the water readily available 24 hours? These are just little things that at times we overlook, but it's so important to the welfare of the animals. Do you hit your animals with stick? Do you just, hit them and treat them anyhow? All these things matters. And what you give to them is what they will give you back. It is garbage in, garbage out. You treat them well, you get the output. You treat them badly, you get the other side of it. So, and another way by which we can ensure that these local farmers understand is that We need to let them know. We have to change our story to let them know that if you don't consider the welfare of these animals, your own welfare as a human being is at stake until they understand the bigger picture, and let them see how it is going to affect them in terms of productivity, in terms of their health, and then they will begin to take it serious. So advocacy is key. And don't wait until you belong to an NGO. Don't wait until you are a professor. Don't wait until you have a bigger branch to work with. You have your voice. Everybody's got a platform. Use your voice to share this message. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasere, for broadening that. And because at times when you talk about animal welfare, everybody's always thinking about money. Human being has not eaten, you are saying animal welfare. But it's not all about money. There are little things that we can do without necessarily adding an extra cost to our cost of production. I don't know if there are questions from physical participants in Nigeria. Dr. Ayola, do we have any? Dr. Ayola, is there any question from your end? We can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and let's have the question. Thank you.
Unmute now. Okay.
Yes, we have a question from Nigeria. Please stand up for your question.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Even though I didn't hear anything from the presentation, but I'll ask my question. My question goes to my name is Bobola from Bowen University.
Sorry, not audible enough, please.
My
How
question
properly?
Animal ritual.
Maybe that person should come to your side, Dr. Ayola. We can't hear him.
They said if they can't hear you, can you come here? Please introduce yourself.
My name is Bobola from Bowen University.
Yes.
We can't hear you. Maybe it's too close to your mouth or it is too far.
Okay, my name is Bobola from Bowen University.
Can you hear me now?
Please go on. Please go on.
All right. My question is on the aspect of animal rituals in Nigeria. Animal rituals in Nigeria. Now, I'm coming on the aspect of how can we as animal welfare agents, how can we advocate for the welfare of these animals in the aspect of these people that are involved in animal rituals, getting involved in the brutal killing of these animals, because some of these rituals, what actually makes them being referred to as rituals is the brutal killing of these animals. How can we advocate for these animals in this kind of situation?
Okay. How can we advocate for animals that are used for rituals, right? Now.
Dennis wants to respond.
Okay, Dennis, please.
Yeah. It's a tricky one.
That's serious.
Thank you, the participant from Nigeria, for that question. The use of animals in rituals is quite common in most African countries, not only in Nigeria. Even in Kenya, some instances you are asked to bring a different kind of chicken, a white one or a pure black one. So those are various rituals that happen in Africa. But then to solve this, we need to do around 3 or 4 things. One is what you are doing now, understanding animal welfare and becoming animal welfare advocates. And Mahatma Gandhi said you can judge a nation by how well they take care of their animals. So you can make this a gospel truth amongst ourselves, and we can better judge ourselves on how well we take care of animals. That would be better. And 2 is legislation. As I said, in Kenya, there is a legislation on animal welfare. This needs to be encouraged in most African countries. on the do's and don'ts on animals and the fines and penalties that come with them. With this, we may want to slowly and eventually handle animal welfare. And lastly, we also need to contextualize this. Why is this happening? The moment we understand the context why rituals are done, probably it's because of poverty. Once we solve poverty issues, there will be no more rituals. It might be because of access to education. Once people access more education in our communities, they may want to keep away from these prices. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that. I want to add my voice to it as well. When it comes to using animals as a sacrifice, I'm going to twist the coin. And the reason is these traditional leaders actually believe that they're using one life to save another life, right? They do this sacrifice that, okay, I don't want you to be sick anymore, or we want to wash away any evil that is around you. So this is the animal that you have to bring. They make the incantation, right, and take away this evil away from you and things like that. Or probably they also worship that. Now, let's look at it from the angle of one life for another life. For those who believe in it and believe that, oh, if I do this ritual, if I take the goat, if I take the chicken to this traditional leader and they do whatever their practices is going to save, that person from that evil situation, then the question I will now ask is, if that life of an animal is what saving you as a human being, then it makes sense to say that while you are using that animal for such a sacrifice, do it properly. Do it in a way that is not a painful thing. And to make this clear, because it's quite a dicey topic to go into, except we have traditional leaders who are in our midst and understand the scientific aspect, it is now easy for them, because it is their religion, they can now pass it across to their members. But if you come in as a Christian, you come in as a Muslim, it's quite difficult to say what you're doing is wrong. Otherwise, you'll be having it as religious clashes. That is what it will be termed. So now, the question is, as we are here, seated here, do we have friends who are traditional leaders? Let's begin to talk gently to them. And the language is what matters. You don't come in from the perspective that you really want to just, I'm here to correct you. If you don't do it right, I'll report you. No, nobody will accept that. You have to come at the level where you become, in a way that you have to come down to their level and understand this thing you do, what is it about? But if you do it this way, don't you think it will be better? That is the only way you can bring the change. Let us see how we can also engage traditional leaders in like something like this workshop. If we have them in our midst, definitely they will pick something, and they are the ones, because it is their culture, their tradition, it will be easy for them to bring the change. But for an external person who is not in that caucus in terms of religion, it's a bit difficult, and it's going to it will turn into something else. So if you have them be friends with community leaders, engage them in discussions, informal discussions, gradually let them know some things you are doing. They begin to pick one or two things. It's a gradual thing. It's not something you can stop, abruptly. It's a gradual introduction, relationship kind of thing, speaking their language and letting them understand the implication. That's what I can add from my
Like you have said, Dr. Mrs., we need to engage traditional leaders who are knowledgeable in animal welfare and hear the view about this. Dr. Ayola, do we have any other question? Because we have a question online. Dr. Ayola, is there any question from there?
We've not taken from Ghana. If the Ghana people, if you have any question from
I have a question online.
Okay.
Let me.
Okay. We have a question here. Please make it known.
Please, let's be fast because of our time.
Because of the question. So my question is, are there existing regulations in Nigeria
existing.
Again, we can't hear the question.
Are there existing animal regulations in Nigeria? Yes, they are. And you can, I can send the link to your, what's her name? I will drop my email there and I can forward you we have rules. Only that the implication is the issue. So we have rules. I can send you the PDF document of it.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should go to the question online. The question is from IKEA Joshua, and it is on how can ethology help in wildlife conservation? I think that will be going to Dr. Dennis in Kenya. How can ethology help in wildlife conservation and management? The Kenyans, please respond to this. Dr. Samuel?
Yes.
Did you get the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
Sure, and thank you, Joshua, for that. When we talk about wildlife management, it might be different from what I was basically speaking about on pets and domestic animals. But then on wildlife, in most conservancies or conservation areas, wildlife are supposed to be left on their own. They are supposed to be left to express themselves on their own. So then, ethology will then come in to help in terms of making sure that the wildlife environment is free from human activities or reduced human activities. And you have seen a lot of encroachment in wildlife areas. So then we need to allow the wildlife to isolate themselves normally. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add is that ethology really focuses on behaviors. So it will be very difficult for us to conserve even the endangered species if we don't understand their behaviors. And as it was introduced, applied ethology then focuses on how we utilize our knowledge of animal behavior in such aspects as conservation. And I think there are very many examples of works that have utilized animal behavior to conserve different species. So in Kenya, we have the black rhino and many other species that have been kept just to save them from extinction. But then for you to be able to keep them, you must understand their behavior. That's what I can have. Maybe Dr. Yasser can say something.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. We have another question online. Ajayi Victor, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Good afternoon. My question is relating animal cruelty. We still have some places that run illegal animal fight clubs. I don't know if there are measures to prevent these fight clubs from happening. Like we have dog fights, we have several fight clubs that, but some of them, even the authorities, they might know about this and they think, well, we call kind of continents where I think most times they don't like regard most of these fight clubs. So I think I don't know, what is there any laws guiding these animals?
Okay, I have noted the question, Victor. And of course, we know that animal fighting, it's not only in Nigeria that we have things like that. In fact, there are some countries that it's a big deal. It's a big deal, bullfighting and things like that. And also they are struggling with this issue of how can they reduce it? How can they ban it? So, like I said, awareness is key. If at all this is something they do as a source of living, then it will be a bit difficult to change them, except we are able to let them see other ways by which they can earn their source of living. Because if this is what they do, and you just say you have to stop it, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, except if they are also maybe rewarded in another way, where they say, okay, if you do this in this way, then you can get rewarded in another angle. So it's a continuous discussion, guys. It's a continuous discussion for us, and we'll still talk about it, but because of time, let's go to the next speaker. And if we still have any—
Are we going to the next speaker? We have one more question, please. Just one more question.
Okay.
And that is also coming from Nigeria, the physical participant. Please, let's have that as the last question before we go to the next speaker.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John from University of Ibadan. I want to ask a similar question to what my friend asked from Korea University. In the case of superstition, like when people have very deep superstition. For example, some people believe that maybe all cats are demonic, and as for that, they are very cruel or wicked to cats. So in those kind of cases, how do we talk to them? How do we advocate for animal welfare in those cases?
All right. So that's a big topic you've opened up, and if you want me to be talking for hours, I can still be on that.
We didn't get the question. Maybe you can repeat the question for our benefit.
Okay. The question is about how do we address superstition beliefs about some animals, and he gave an example of cats seen as evil. And for those of you who already know me, this is something I've been talking about. And if you go on my LinkedIn page, I write stories about this issue. And to be sincere, it is a big issue for us. Our superstitious believe that they are evil, but the question is, in a particular continent, this same species of cat is seen as evil. In another continent, this animal that they embrace and cannot even live without it, then what is the problem? It is the problem either of our perspective. And if we have traditional beliefs or superstition, where did it start from? Please, can we actually trace it out? Because I see it as if something, we just grow up to meet it. We just grow up to meet it. What actually happened? What was the origin of us attaching evil to cats? I don't know the origin, but we were born into it. We grew into it and we believed it. The first day I touched a cat, I was I was like dying. That's why I say, if you give me time, I will talk, and I'm good. And this is what the cat came into the office, and I was like, I was raising my leg up in the office because of cats. Imagine that. And it's because of this belief. And they were like, what's wrong with you? I said, please, you don't understand where I'm coming from. I have this trauma. It is something that has been ingrained in our DNA. And it's so difficult to just get rid of it. And I said, please, do me a favor this day. Bring that cat to me. If I would die, let me die. Let me touch this cat. And they brought the cat to me. I touched it, nothing happened to me. At least, and the relief was there that at least I have touched this cat in my life. But have I completely overgrown this trauma? No. Even if I still see a cat here, I will jump. But I am working on myself to remove that thing from my body. It's not an easy thing. So the question is, how can we control this? No matter how it is, no matter the country you find yourself, if some people believe in this superstition, there are still some people in this same Nigeria or in another that still have cats. Let us bring them out, let them talk about this. We still have people in African countries that have cats as pets. So let us bring them out, let them talk about the positive side of it. It's because we have been focusing on the negative, on the evil, on the superstition, and that is why that aspect is actually growing in us. Let us now see those who have those pets. Let them begin to talk about the good things about them. That is where I think we can have the change. And yeah. So any other question, please? We'll still take questions. Let's go for the next presentation. There will always be time to bring up the question, please. Can we go on?
Thank you very much from Kenya.
All right, thank you so much. We really appreciate it and we love that presentation. Yes, thank you. So, Timothy, kindly unmute. So, and now we're taking you from Kenya to South Africa, University of Victoria. So we're going to be flying back and forth, Nigeria, Ghana. We'll be flying back and forth. Just have your seat belt tied properly. So, Timothy, what do you have to share with us?
All right. Yes. All right. Can anybody see my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So, all right. I'm very excited to be one of the participants here in ISAE. It's actually afternoon. I think in Ghana or Kenya, it's still morning. So good morning to all those in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and to all my colleagues, other researchers in South Africa. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for putting in such a wonderful event. I think this workshop has given us a wonderful platform to share ideas and learn from other researchers and other people, mostly on how we can enhance animal farming across our region. So, as the doc has already said, my name is Timothy Chilemba. I'm based in South Africa. I hold a master's degree in animal science from the University of Pretoria, and currently I work as an assistant production manager for a poultry farm here in South Africa. So today, I want to share with you a powerful story. I want to share with you a story about how understanding animal behavior in Africa can help farming and enhance welfare across our region. Why does this matter? Why is this topic very important? First of all, let me start by painting a picture of how we are expected to be in 2050 as a continent. So our population is projected to double. This means that there'll be a surge or a skyrocket in animal products or protein. Therefore, poultry, which is already one of the fastest growing sources of protein in Africa, is on high demand. And this gives us a question to say, how do we meet this growing demand whilst also meeting the market expectations that is also welfare friendly? Secondly, this isn't just about feeding people. This is about a humanly way that is more sustainable and more responsible. As such, I believe that poultry is, like I've already stated, one of the fastest growing livestock species among the 6 that we have. For example, it takes about 6 weeks just to raise a broiler and maybe about 18 weeks for layers to start laying eggs. And these layers can even lay up to maybe 120 weeks, depending on the breed. This means that we can all scale up our farm faster as opposed to other species like cattle or goat. But it also means there's a big problem that can spread because a small welfare issue today, for example, such as heat stress, overcrowding, can become a very major impact that can reduce, for example, egg production and lead to high mortalities. This can also lead to maybe cannibalism or even a disease outbreak within a short period of time. And understanding animal behavior is a very important subject because it helps us to catch these issues early before they get out of hand. So, when we talk about animal behavior or poultry behavior, what are we looking at? So for me, I believe that animals or chickens speak to us through their behavior. So these natural behaviors are their language of communicating to us. For example, if a chicken is just bathing, I think it might simply mean that it is comfortable and it doesn't have any parasites. If you see a chicken in a nesting box, it definitely means that it is feeling free to lay eggs and it's feeling very secure. If you see a chicken on a perch, it might either mean it's avoiding threats or running away from other bullies, or it is feeling secure. If you see a chicken being pecked, it means it is either stressed or there's overcrowding in that house. Therefore, when we see this behavior changes in a flock or a chicken house, it's definitely just telling us that there's something wrong in the environment. A good farmer learns how to read these signs, or a good manager learns how to observe or read the signs. And then on this slide, I would like to specifically focus on one behavior that I find to be very predominant, which is dust bathing. So, because a hen is relaxed and it feels safe, you see dust bathing, it will definitely mean it's just feeling comfortable. But when the hen stops dust bathing, it would mean that maybe the litter is too wet, or the beds might be a little bit stressed, or the space just isn't enough. So I conducted a research for my master's thesis, where I tried to observe chickens that were kept in a floor system and in enriched cages and in cages. And in our research, I found that the chickens were able to dust bath for an average of 23 minutes, which is quite interesting because that's a normal standard for a chicken to dust bath. But if farmers have a chicken that have a flock where the chickens are only dust bathing for an average of 5 minutes or not even dust bathing at all, then that's not good at all. It's definitely a red flag. So given that background, then I would just like to also share with you just a brief overview of where South Africa stands in terms of poultry production, to be specific, the housing system. So you'll be shocked to learn that only 99.8% of the eggs are produced in conventional cages, and only 1.2 are either cage-free, backyard. And this makes much sense. And the trend also can be seen across different African countries. And I would assume this is because such methods of keeping hens in a conventional cage are cheaper, or they require less land, or they might seem easy to manage. However, what we're learning, especially from the housing system and how it impacts production, is that the market right now is starting to focus on welfare. So for a farmer to supply, like in South Africa here, for currently now, for someone to supply like with one of the big stores like Woolworths or Checkers, one needs to make sure that their flock meets the proper welfare standards, because when they come for audits and all of that, they need to find all this in place. That is why behavior is very crucial. Now, I mentioned earlier about a study that was conducted for my master's research here in SA. So it is very interesting to note that those behaviors that I mentioned as a way that the chickens communicate to us, the chickens, only 79.2% of the hens were seen dust bathing, and only 91.7% used the outdoor area when it was open for them. And perching happened only 75% in the floor system, but it was 100% in the enriched cages. Why is this data important for us researchers or farmers? I think it definitely tells us that a better environment leads to calmer chickens. And if a chicken is calm, it will definitely lead to higher production. If you reduce stress in a chicken house or in an animal environment, you're definitely leading to an increased production. Then this brings me to the other slide, where I found some things that were just not part of the initial plan. So the first thing that we noticed was even if you put people that are monitoring these animal behaviors, it's very easy to miss them. So we found that at least 40.8% of the chickens were not able, the human eye was not able to see them dust bath, but it was only catched through video recording. And at least 57.9% of feather pecking events were missed, and 38.3% of the patching behavior was just unobserved. So what does this information mean? It means that warfare remains invisible without managing technology. We can't manage what we can't see. Video surveillance reveals hidden warfare problems that human observers simply cannot overlook. Enabling alert detection, like I mentioned earlier, is very proactive in terms of management. And then the other thing that was very interesting to note was mud balls. So what are mud balls? These are the things that, as you can see on the picture next to the slide, these are accumulation of mud that happens on the chicken toes as a result of maybe the surface being wet, and maybe the water nipples was leaking, or they went to an outdoor area and there was just maybe rain or muddy areas. And then over time, as they dry up, they form those big balls. And one might think maybe that's normal or it will go away with time. But that's a serious issue actually, because these mud balls are very painful. I'm sure you can imagine what pain that chicken is going through. And these mud balls are definitely going to reduce the chicken to expressing its normal behavior, because with that, it can't dust bath, which is the toes are like a major component for a chicken to dust bath. You won't see it being on the patches. The chicken will be frustrated, and this will definitely lead to low production. So to come back to the topic and the reason why I thought sharing this story would be important is that any small management issue, be it water spillage or poor litter management, can escalate to major warfare implications in a poultry farm. And it is very important to manage all of this. So just for the basics, I think we need to make sure that the minimum welfare standards are met, which includes like the space requirements, the ventilation, enrichment. So we need to make sure that the chickens have enough space, they are able to roam around freely, and they're able to have like other structures like pitching. Because if the chickens don't have enough space, then they cannot move. They cannot spread their wings. They won't fight. And there will just be a lot of implications in the chicken farm. As such, I think it is very important that us as researchers or as farmers, we must pay attention to these behaviors. Because, for example, in this study, we noticed that if a hen avoids a nesting box, it meant that maybe the place is just too hot, or the environment is too dirty or very uncomfortable for the birds. If the chicken is pecking, then probably there's overcrowding or the chickens are just bored. And then if we saw that the hens were mostly on the pecking materials, then it meant that, yeah, probably there was something unsafe happening inside. Therefore, behavior in a chicken can be spotted as a main indicator for welfare or production, because when the hens are not happy, then they're definitely going to react in a certain way. And as I go towards the end of my presentations, I think what I noticed from my study is that we need to have like proper training for our staff members, and also include other features that can help us to monitor or capture all these small indicators. And again, I think it is just very important to identify behaviors of chickens before things get out of hand. And it's also important to link behaviors to economic matrices. And also, I think it's just very important just to collaborate across maybe East, West, and Central African, and see what real chance we have to build this approach of monitoring animal behavior. Africa does not need to follow the old European model where we just jump from one step to another. I think we have the opportunity to to go for behavior-based monitoring systems, low-cost video monitoring devices, and then we can also train our staff, because we can design housing systems that work for our specific environments and what is required in our specific countries. And as I finish the remaining part of my presentation, like I've already mentioned, we have a very great opportunity to collaborate and make sure that all these things are put to full use, and we come up with strategies that can help us identify these issues and make sure that welfare and production are going hand in hand. And lastly, as I conclude, I would like to say that if we see a chicken dust bathing, or every dust bath that we notice in a chicken, every perch that we see, every nesting activity that we observe, or every peck that can be seen, it is a chicken speaking to us. It's them trying to express something to us. In Africa, we cannot just meet this problem alone. We don't have to look at it as something that's, we don't have to underlook this thing. We have to make sure we come up with sustainable and profitability ways of combating all of this, so that we can listen to what these animals are trying to communicate to us through all these specific behaviors. And if we learn the language which is expressed through these behaviors, we will improve their welfare, we will reduce stress, and we will prevent disease outbreaks. And in the end, like I mentioned, we should be able to feed our nation within 2050 as our population doubles. So this was the end of my presentation. Hope we learned something, and I look forward to questions if there are any. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Timothy, for that beautiful presentation. I must appreciate you for doing this. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are questions, but we have very short time to move to the lunch time. Although we have a question on the boss, the more reason I am smiling, because the question is not, Dr. Yasere, save me. We can't hear you, ma.
Read the question, read it.
The question is funny. Okay, let me read the question as it is. The person is an aquaculturist, and his dream is to own a fish farm. But the fear of owning one due to the high cost of fish. The question goes to the speaker, goes to, as a fishery scientist, is there any way to reduce the cost of feed and also enhance good productivity?
So I directed the question to you because that is your niche. And tomorrow, I think tomorrow we're having an interesting session.
That is why I'm laughing.
Don't mind, let's have that interaction during the fish session tomorrow, if you don't mind. Let's discuss that tomorrow. I don't want us to skip this interesting topic because we are also, trying to fit into the time frame. But that's a big question. So thank you, Timothy, for this presentation. I think I met you once in Pretoria, and when I saw when I saw that mud ball, I said, yes, this is the guy. Let him. Yeah, but the question I have for you is now. I want to believe this has to do with management system, like you have explained. So
correct.
Yes, and now that if we are campaigning for cage-free system and things like that, what can you actually say we can do to prevent things like this?
I think to prevent such small management issues, like I mentioned in my recommendations, I think it's best that we start coming up with measures or ways on how we can pick up such small mismanagement that happen in the chicken house. Because if you find a water nipple and you wait for it until someone tells you to fix it, then it's definitely going to have small implications. So I think before we start going into that direction, I think it's best we equip our staff, our workers with enough training and help them understand how ethics and animal welfare is very important, and yeah, how such things can play a huge role in production.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have questions in any of the physical venue, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana? Any question?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Any question in any of the physical venue?
None.
Samuel, let me hear from Samuel. Yes. Okay, no question. All right. So the last question is, okay, let's take our eyes now to our local chicken or the native chicken. Have you experienced them having things like mud balls? The chicken?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I'm from Malawi, so there are so many chickens that are always roaming around. And because there's more like backyard farming or range farming, whenever it's rainy season, they tend to accumulate these small mud balls on their feet. And if you're not paying too much attention, they do grow and they can stay maybe 6 or 7 months. Yeah. So yeah, that's something that that I've observed a lot. Yeah, especially with raw chickens, yes.
All right. So much. There is somebody asking, I want to believe the person wants to know if they can get the slides, but we have it on YouTube. It's live streamed on YouTube. So of course the presentation would be there. And Ojola, they kindly drop the link to the YouTube so you can go back and watch it after today's workshop. So with that, I want to say thank you to all the speakers we've had so far. And now we're going for lunch break because we still have one more presentation after this. Let's have your feedback in case, there's something that happened that, we can adjust. Please, let's have your feedback. When you come back, we'll be sharing a QR code for your feedback. You can also help us fill that as well. But for now, let's go on lunch break and then we'll be back. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So again, I don't think we have a lot of time. I don't know whether lunch is...
Good afternoon to us. Good afternoon to everybody, both in and around Ghana, Kenya, South Africa. Welcome to the ISAE workshop. My name is Safian. I'm coordinating for Ghana and director of West Africa Center for the Protection of Animal Welfare. Yeah, our next speaker is Mr. Hafiz Salfu. He's a vet technologist and also he's now almost done with his PhD. So he will speak to us on animal cruelty. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
The way we talk is, keen on listening to me. I don't know.
I can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
In physically or virtually? I'm trying to look for this.
He's not physical. I'm just sitting for him.
All right, all right.
So I'm just going to mention his name and then he will come and sit down and then share his slides and continue. So you have him, Mr. Salifu Hafiz. He will do the self-introduction and then continue with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So all the animal cruelty questions, this is the man to target, is it?
Oh,
yeah.
Shall I use my? Yeah. Okay. Only said. Good afternoon. So like Mr. Sofian rightly mentioned, my name is Salifu Hafiz, a veterinary technologist, and also a meat inspector in the Tamale abattoir. I think I must say I'm very happy to be part of this program, and I am thinking that this program is long overdue because our animals have suffered in silence for too long, and we don't hear anybody talking about them. So let me say I am very proud and very happy to associate myself today with you, share this information. So let's see what we have. We are going to present on ensuring cruelty-free livestock farming and management practices in Africa and the impact of integrating indigenous knowledge with science. Okay, so this is going to be the outline of the presentation. So first of all, we'll look at animal welfare, and then we'll go on to look at cruelty-free livestock farming. We'll also look at indigenous livestock management practices in Africa that we think that it can promote animal welfare. Then we'll also look at forms of cruelty. What are the ways we torture our animals in Africa? Then we'll look at integrating these indigenous practices with science to ensure cruelty-free livestock farming. And then lastly, we'll look at how we can use science to integrate these indigenous practices to ensure that, or to ensure cruelty-free animal farming in our societies. So we all in terms of economy, 2 in terms of food security, and then 3rd one in terms of livelihood. The animals that we breed in our various homes, they try to enhance our livelihood by providing us food, by income, so that when they grow to a certain age or when their numbers increase, then we try to sell some and then get money to pay our utilities, our children's school fees, and what have you. Now, in Africa, in the African continent, we hold about 20% of the livestock population in the world, and this is according to FAO. Now, beyond providing the milk, the meat, and then the hide, this livestock also serves as a source of employment to our youth, to our elderly, and almost everybody who can cater for these animals. It doesn't matter your status. When you go to our local communities, you see the chiefs having kraals or a place where they keep their animals. You see the rich men, the poor men, everybody is involved in rearing or growing animals. However, despite this economic importance, the concern of animal welfare in livestock systems have increased due to poor housing, inadequate feeding, disease control challenge, and substandard handling practices.
Hello, Amel. Hello.
Yeah, we are on. So let's go and understand what the what animal welfare simply means. So when we talk about animal welfare, it involves two things. First of all, we are looking at the physical health of the animal, and then also the psychological well-being of the animal. Sometimes you can see an animal looking very healthy, yet psychologically it is suffering. So welfare of animal entails both physical fitness and then psychological wellness. Now, let's remember ourselves, all right? Let's remind ourselves about the 5 freedoms of the animal. These animals have the freedom from being hungry and thirsty, from being discomfort, from pain or disease, from fear and distress, from the freedom from expressing or the freedom of expressing their normal behavior. So if the animal cannot do all these things, it means that the definition of the welfare is not very defined. So animals have these freedoms that they should have the freedom free from hunger and thirst, from discomfort, from pain, and then from fear. But in Africa, adherence to these principles vary widely depending on the farming system, cultural values, and then economic resources. Now, let's look at what cruelty-free simply means. Cruelty-free livestock farming refers to a system of animal production and management that ensures animals are raised, handled, transported, and slaughtered without unnecessary pain, fear, or suffering. So here, we are talking about keeping the animals in a safe environment, handling them by providing them with good nutrition, with clean and potable water. And when they are of age to be sold, then we have to transport them in a very conducive manner so that they will not be unnecessarily feel the pain or fear or suffer during the period of transporting them to the slaughterhouse. Now, it emphasizes the human treatment of animals throughout their life cycle, aligning with ethical, welfare, and sustainable standards. So let's look at some of the indigenous livestock management practices. One is the extensive grazing and pastoral systems. It is very common in this part of the world that we send the animals to the bush, then they will find their own taste of the feed, and then they graze on it. Unlike a system where you keep them and then provide them with what you can afford, the extensive system is very, very good for livestock production, especially in the case of animal welfare. You allow the animals to graze. During grazing, they have the liberty to exercise themselves and also look for the grass that they want to eat, instead of providing them with what you have. So this indigenous practice is very, very good for animal welfare. The second one is the ethno-veterinary knowledge that our people have. Before the start of veterinary, our people used to treat animals by using herbs and other form of materials to alleviate pain from animals. So this is also another indigenous practice that is in tune to animal welfare. So materials or herbs like neem trees, aloe vera, and bitter leaf were used to treat or to worm animals. So this is a practice that our indigenous people can use to ensure that the animals are free from worm infestation and also treat other ailments that the animals are suffering from. Now, the third one is the communal herd or rotational grazing. And this is where a community have a lot of plots where they will graze plot A, and then the next time they go to plot B for grazing. This ensures that the animals do not deplete the grass in the area by rotating from A to B or from B to C. So this way, the animals have the opportunity to pick the good grass that it is that they think is healthy for them. Then we also look at the cultural embedded respect for animals. Let's take our time and then come back to our various communities. Like in Tamale here, you go to some places where they say that this particular animal, traditionally, we don't eat it, we don't consume it. So they don't even allow somebody to harm the animal. So these are the practices locally that are enhancing the welfare of animals. And when you go to other places like in South Sudan, the Dinka people, they name and then decorate their cattle and then treat them like they are part of their family. So these are the indigenous practices that are helping the welfare of the animals. Then also, when you come to selective breeding for resilience, our forefathers used to choose animals among the lot that they think that they have a very good characteristics, that one, either they have a good mothering ability, or the male ones, they have the energy to climb the female ones. So these are the animals that they always select, and then the generations will continue. And when you come to places like the indigenous breeds such as Ndama cattle, the Jolaki sheep, and then the red Masai, they are well adapted to local environment. So these are the animals that our people are concentrating on, instead of bringing exotic animals that will come and they cannot be able to cope with the environment here. So this is one of the indigenous practices that is also helping welfare of the animals. Then also the natural weaning and maternal care. In this case, when an animal gives birth, our people will allow the young one to breastfeed the mother till it is of age, where the mother itself will wean the baby and then also go and then cross again. Unlike other places where an animal will give birth, they will take the young baby away from the mother, go and put it on artificial nutrition, and then before you realize, you see that the baby will not grow well. But this practice, where they allow the mother to breast milk the baby for that extended time of period, the baby will get all the nutrients from the colostrum from the breast milk to a time that the mother thinks that it is old enough, then it will now wean it off. So this is also another practice that is helping animal welfare. Now, let's now come and look at forms of cruelty. What are the ways that we subject our animals to cruelty? One of them is the poor housing. It is very unfortunate how we keep our animals here. Sometimes somebody will go to the market, buy an animal and say, I'm going to keep the animal without first of all looking for a shelter for the animal. So you realize that our housing is very poor, and even some places where you see that they have a house for the animal, either the floor is not concreted, or the materials that they use to construct their housing itself is problematic. So poor housing and then confinement of animals is also another way that we can subject our animals to cruelty. And also, where we target our animals, especially during rainy seasons, because we don't want the animals to go into people's farm, we teeter them and then we go to the farms and leave them alone. So the animal will only use the length of the road to do the grazing. When it is done with the grasses around, there is nowhere to turn to. You see the animal lying down. This is a form of cruelty. And also, we can also subject our animals to physical abuse by rough handling. It is very common here how we handle our animals, either during transportation or prior to slaughter. When we are driving the animals into the vehicles that will transport them to the various livestock markets, how we subject them to physical abuses by caning them, by twisting the tail is very, very unfortunate. So this is also a way of traumatizing the animals. And this is just a picture I took some time ago. So you see that on the left hand, the animal is tired of moving, so they are twisting the tail, and also dragging it on the floor just to send it to the either the loading pen or go into the slaughterhouse. Now also, let's look at another form of cruelty, the long and stressful transportation. Here, we don't take into consideration the length of the transportation. You see people carrying animals from our neighboring countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and there is no rest point. There is no place where the driver will stop for the animals to get down, rest, or even graze or take water. So if the period is going to last for 12 hours, the animals are going to be in the vehicle for 12 hours without any break. This is very, very unfortunate. Now, in the course of transporting the animals, when they are overcrowded, sometimes the weak ones will fall, the strong ones will be trampling on them. You will even realize that at the end of the day, some will have fractures, some of them will come down and they are not able to move, and then a lot of things. So these are some of the forms that we subject our animals to trauma. And then also when you come to mutilation, sometimes our local people will castrate their animals on themselves, by themselves, without administering any form of anesthesia. They cut open the testes, bring out the testicles without any form of anesthesia. And even sometimes when the horns are overgrown, instead of calling on the vets to come and administer anesthesia to reduce the pain, our people will do it by themselves. And these are all causing pains to the animals. And this is what we are just referring to. So on the left hand side, this is where somebody is doing castration. It's just an ordinary blade. He is not even wearing gloves. So he can transfer any infection from his hand into the area where he's doing the castration. And then on the other side, you see that somebody has dehorned the animal and there is blood oozing all over. This is very unfortunate. And also, when you come to how we slaughter our animals, it is very common that majority of our slaughterhouses, we don't have a standing facility. And when we say standing, we are talking about a system where you render the animal unconscious so that the animal will not be aware of what you are doing to it. Most of our abattoirs do not have this facility. So we use our physical energy, drag the animals through the floor and into the slaughter, into the killing floor. Without any standing, we pierce through the jugular vein by cutting it, and then the animal will lie down and then die. So these are just forms of inhumane treatment that is causing a lot of pain to the animals. Now, how do we integrate the indigenous practices that we mentioned earlier with science? Now, let's look at the ethno-veterinary treatment that we mentioned earlier. So where we realize that our people have the knowledge of using herbs to cure or treat some ailments, what science can we can we put into that practice so that the welfare of the animal will be enhanced? For example, when the farmer is using neem tree to treat worms, what is the dosage that he should do? So this is where science will come in. If we are able to evaluate what they are doing, then we can be able to standardize it, and then locally they can be taken care of the animals by themselves. So we can, by science, we can evaluate the plants that they are using to do that treatment. Let's look at the chemical composition of those herbs and then be able to standardize it by telling them that maybe 10 mils or 5 mils of this concoction will do the magic for you. So this is how we can integrate science here. And then the natural weaning, where the animal is allowed to breast milk the baby for that extended period. when we are able to supplement them with feed that the baby can eat, and then it will replace the nutrient that it would have gotten from the breast milk, I think this will help. And then also keeping the local adapted breeds by characterizing the genetics of it and then select the breeding program to retain the resilient traits. These are some of the scientific things that we can do to enhance them. Now let's look at the common rotational grazing. How do we put science here? We can, when the animals are grazing on the food, sometimes the dams or the rivers get dried up and they walk a distance without getting water. So if we can provide a water point in the various grazing lands where we can have a mechanized borehole or any sort of that nature, so that when the wells or when the rivers dried up, this will be a source of water for the animals. And then in the case of heat stress, where we construct our pens with unfavorable weather materials, we have to look at local materials that can be climatic adaptable, that they can adapt to the climate by dissipating heat from the pen, so that the issue of heat stress will be solved. Now, how do we ensure that our animals are reared cruelty-free? One, we have to develop and enforce animal welfare policies. Because when you look at the African continent, you realize that majority of the countries, we don't have a policy aimed at ensuring animal welfare. So if we can develop a policy that will aim at ensuring animal welfare, I think that will do the magic for us. Also, not just developing the policy, but we have to also monitor and then inspect those that are supposed to ensure that the policy is working. And also training farmers and then handlers of animals, the importance of animal welfare. Because when you do not train those that are in that chain, they will still repeat the bad things that we don't want them to be repeating. And then also, we should look for penalty after we develop the policy and then monitor. Where somebody falls short of the policy, there should be a penalty for that person. And then lastly, improve the transportation system by designing vehicles purposely for animals only. Because it is realized that in this part of the world, we don't have vehicles that are purposely designed for transporting animals. The vehicles are meant for transporting human beings. So if we are able to design vehicles that can carry these animals, I think the issue of overloading or whatever that is associated negatively with transportation will be solved. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any question, we can look into it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for this insightful presentation on cruelty as it relates to animals in Africa. So if you have any question for the presenter, kindly drop it in the chat. Samuel from Kenya, you'll be helping me with the question and answer, and also after the Q&A, we'll be heading on to a recap for all the sessions we've had today, and that will be the end for today. So Samuel Egerton, are you available? Mr. Ahmed, please, can you stop sharing, please? So it makes it easy for me to see. Can you please stop sharing your slide? Any question, please, for the presenter? Okay, let me check the...
Right.
All right. I picked something from your presentation. You were talking about the lack of policies.
Okay.
No,
it's sorry.
Can you hear me?
The line was breaking. If you can come again, please.
Okay, the issue of policies is always a topic, you know, when we're talking about this. Is it that we don't have policies, or the policies are not implemented, or are you thinking they need to be revised, or you think Africa as a continent should have a bigger one? What's your own perspective to this?
So generally, you realize that the policies are not there. And even places where there are policies, the implementation is problematic. And also enforcing the policy is also another issue. So I will think that generally we have poor policies for animal welfare, and even cases where there are policies, implementation and then enforcement is also another issue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Any question from the physical venue in Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana? Any question from the physical venue?
Yes, we have a question from the physical venue in Kenya.
All right.
Probably I'm here because the mic is not working. Yeah. So go ahead and introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hindi Duncan, a vet student in my final year of study. I have a question here. In many rural communities, oxen are essential for farming. At what point does this use of oxen cruelty in animals, and also what measures need to be put in place to make sure that these animals are being used by the communities for plowing, they don't result to cruelty in those animals? Thank you.
Okay. That's a good one. Please go on, sir.
You didn't hear him well, madam. If you can, because I didn't hear from his end.
Okay, the question is animals that are being used in the community. Let's look at animals that are being used on the farm to plow. How can we ensure that they are not exposed to any form of cruelty? That's the question.
Okay. So we derive power from these animals. We use them to plow our lands, and then we get proceeds from their power. Now, how do we ensure that we don't subject them to cruelty? One, when we send them to the animals, when we send them to the farm, we have to look for time so that after 1 or 2 hours of work, we break, allow them to rest, allow them to graze, allow them to drink water. After 1 or 2 hours, then we continue again. I think this way we can reduce the stress that we are subjecting those animals that are plowing our lands. Yeah.
Oh.
And then also, let's also look at the veterinary aspect of it. At least from time to time, we allow the veterinary to check on them, look at their health status before we use them again. So those are the ways that we can reduce cruelty in these animals.
Thank you so much. So Kenya, are we done? Any more questions? Just a minute. Just a minute, yeah. Just a minute, I'll sort it. Just hold on. Okay, please unmute. Good.
Yes, we still have some more questions from Kenya. So you have to stand there, introduce yourself, and then ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are.
Mine actually is not a question from the previous presenter, but a general question, but from a very deep understanding and a deeper perspective of animal behavior. I read an article before that was asking a question of what is it like to be a bat? And nobody can really tell what it's like to be a bat because you are not the same individual. And my question is, how can we accurately or fully interpret animal behavior without being able to directly experience their emotions and sensation? There are certain animals which exaggerate their behavior And how can we differentiate the exaggeration from the real behavior? Like the dog and cat can exaggerate limping and intense begging. So how can we really tell the difference? That's my question.
Okay. Oh.
Dr. Yasera, you want to?
Do you want to add first? Do you want to go first, Samuel?
I think in terms of, I think it's a question of understanding the behavior. Yes, we may not be chicken, but that does not mean we cannot understand, especially when their welfare has been compromised. If we understand, and that's why we're coming from the position of understanding the normal behavior. If you understand what a normal chicken behaves, and sometimes we even look at how they've developed over the evolution, you're able to understand this is a behavior that is not normal for this species, and chances are this behavior is occurring because the welfare of that animal has been impacted on. So we may not be able to, of course, I know many times we want to assume that we can feel what the bird is feeling. The word is getting off me. So sort of anthropogenic thinking about the behavior, but that doesn't mean that we cannot be able to make inferences in terms of when animals behave certain ways. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to add to this, do you want to say something, our presenter? Do you want to share something?
Okay, so I only want to add to what Doc is saying. Sometimes we are not able to predict accurately the expressions of the animals, but we can look at their facial expressions. We can look at the vocalizations to make an inference as to what is happening to the animal. We may not be able to be 100% accurate. So sometimes these are some of the things that we can use. The way the animal behaves towards you, the vocalization that you make, depending on the species of the animal. Sometimes some animals will make a certain noise and it will indicate that either they are hungry or they are feeling pain. Doesn't mean that if any other animal makes such similar vocalization is the same thing. So we have to study the behavior of each individual animal so that when they are expressing their feelings either by way of acting, by way of vocalization, we can be able to associate it with what is happening to the animal. I think this one I can add to that.
All right, just to cap it off, when you talk about some exaggerated behaviors, how do you know whether this behavior is exaggerated or not, or whether it's actually telling you about the level of pain or stress that that animal is going through? And, applied ethology means looking at the behavior to imply the welfare. Now, but welfare on its own has to be seen from an holistic perspective, right? At times, you may not only focus on the behavior itself, but behavior says a lot because it's like the first signal you see when something is going wrong with an animal, even like humans. Maybe somebody that used to be calm and started becoming, temperamental. What is wrong with this person? Something is going on somewhere. So we may also, in such a case, I would say there is need to also look at other measures to check that the welfare status of that animal, probably going into the physiological state and other things. You talked about the emotional state, which you think is a bit difficult for we humans to understand. But there are studies that are now making us to understand that it's also possible to even understand the emotional state of our animals. There are different studies out there. The most common that is being used is the cognitive bias method, where animals are subjected to different conditions. Firstly, the animals are trained to a positive and negative stimuli, after which they are subjected to either a positive or negative environment and then tested afterwards and given ambiguous cues. That means not negative, not positive. They are given intermediate stimuli for them to interpret. So if an animal actually interprets what is now neutral as negative, it shows that that animal is actually in a negative affective state. And you would have, I don't know if you've heard about where we categorize them into being pessimistic or being optimistic, or you've heard about your interpretation of the cup. Is it half full or half empty? Such thing like that. So of course, it may not be 100%, but with applying cognitive bias to understand the emotional state, taking some physiological measures, you can bring all the species together to at least predict what is actually going on wrong with the animal. I hope this answers the question. Okay. Any other? So because we have to move, I need a vet to answer a question here. There's a question about mad cow disease or whatever. I don't know anything about that. So I don't know if somebody can explain what it is, mad cow disease, what is it, and how can we slaughter it without causing pain? If there's any vet in the house, do you want to help us, sir? I have no idea about that.
Yeah, so this disease, the mad cow disease, is caused by prions. The prions are a certain type of virus that is causing the behavior in the animal. The animal actually behaves like it is mad, in quote. It will have a wild behavior. It does things excessively. What happens is that when an animal is infected with that type of disease, it begins to eat anything that it sees, biting anything, going after people. So how do we handle it to reduce pain is by euthanization. We have to euthanize the animal so that it will die peacefully. Then we dispose it. That is how you can handle such an animal.
Hello. Hello. Well, she's
muted. Okay, sorry, I was muted. This question is the last question to our present, and it's about maintaining good hygiene practices while castrating animals, like the picture you showed. So the question is, how do we ensure that those in charge of this activity get this knowledge and implement it? Because most of them are not really educated and they believe in their culture, thereby making culture a barrier. How do we handle this issue, especially that of people's belief?
Okay, so I think we keep on talking about education. Of course, this person is not aware that he's carrying infection in his hands. So performing a mini operation without wearing hand gloves is capable of transmitting an infection into the animal. So one, we have to keep the education on by educating our farmers that it is not safe to perform such operations because they are meant for the vet. Do you understand? Now, where there is no vet and you have to perform such a case, one, you have to protect yourself. Because apart from you transmitting an infection into the animal, you can equally get an infection from the animal. Diseases like brucellosis can easily be transmitted from the animal to you, the human being, especially when you have a cut or an open sore in your hand and you have a contact with the blood from the infected animal. So you, the farmer too, you are not safe operating an animal with bare hand. So we have to keep the education on by sensitizing them what to do with the animal and what not to do. So there are some conditions that they have to invite the veterinary to come and handle them, that condition for them. It's not everything that the farmer can do. So sometimes we have to engage the services of the farmer and also protect ourselves first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Ayola, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for answering the questions. Thank you.
Yes, we have some questions from physical participants here.
Okay.
Yes, please, your question.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation, sir. Considering
Sorry, we can't hear you.
and trauma that surgical method of castration brings to the animal, I want to ask, is it strongly that surgical method is being discouraged? And is there another method that should be encouraged, looking at the pain and trauma animals go through after surgical method?
We were not able to get her, so you can repeat the question, Doc.
Yes, she was talking about castration as an example of surgical operation. That considering the pains that the animal went through after surgical operation, that are there other methods that main method that can be encouraged for such operation.
Okay. So depending on the species of the animal, some of the species you can use the closed castration, and other species you have to do the open castration. Species like goat, sheep, and cow, you don't have to operate or cut open the testes. You need to use an instrument called a pedicel. Crash the spermatic cord and the blood vessels supplying the testes. And that one you don't need to open, you only need that instrument called a pedicel to crash. But species like cat, pig, goat, you have to surgically remove them. And to be on the safer side or to reduce the pain, that is where you need to administer an anesthesia, and the farmer cannot do that. So it means that those species of animals, the farmers should not do the castration on them. If you have a dog or a cat or a pig that you have to castrate, you have to invite the vet to come and administer the anesthesia so that the animal will not feel the pain before he does the operation. But species like the sheep and goat, you only need a pedicel to do the castration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ayola, do you have more questions from your end?
Is there any other question? Yes. Yes, we have one more question.
So my question is, we do have reports, and these laws have given us a lot of problems, like it bites people. So is there something we can do that will avoid animal cruelty to like pigs? Because right from most of the food that not being made. So is there something that can do, or should we just?
So It's talking about us, that they have one horse that has not been tamed and that used to bite people around. That what can they do to such animals to avoid being cruel to the horse?
I think the line was
Horses
breaking. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, the question again. I didn't hear you well.
Yes, it's talking about a horse.
Horse.
The horse has not been tamed, and the horse used to bite people around, and he is asking that what can they do to such animal so that the handlers will not be cruel to the animal.
So I think you're trying to say that there is a horse which is not tamed. So the horse is going about causing havoc by biting or causing injury to people. And you want to see what can be done to reduce or prevent cruelty to the animal. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that is why we were talking about policy. I don't know the location where you are talking about. If the district assembly has a bylaw, okay, where they prohibit the roaming of stray animals, that means that those in charge there should come and pound on the animal. Okay, the district assembly should have a place where they can collect these animals and then go and keep. So the owner shows up. Or else, if you allow it to be roaming on the streets, people will begin to throw stones and any other object that can cause pain to the animal. So that is why we need the policies. The local assembly there should have a bylaw that will prohibit owners of animals from allowing them to be roaming on the street. So if you don't have such a policy and the person allows his animal to be moving, he thinks that he's not offending any law. Okay, but this animal, if the animals will continue roaming on the street, biting or kicking people, definitely the people will retaliate by throwing objects at the animal, and that will cause pain to the animal. So the local assembly there should take charge of this animal, restrain the animal so the owner shows up and then pay some kind of fine before he collects his animal.
Okay.
It could be that that particular horse has a psychological problem. Because if horses are not wild, even wild horses can deal with bites. And so if an untouched horse leaves the house to roam, unless of course there's a problem, it will not bite or kick people around. And so we will have to observe the horse really well to know whether the horse is in or condition before we now try to restrain. And also in communities where we don't have people understand animal behavior, we will strictly go with the example species of reporting the particular animal to the authorities. Sometimes not just the working in the assembly. Chiefs also will have people who can restrain the animal, and then the animal sent straight to the vet to examine their condition physically, and then the psychological to be able to know that your horse is in good condition. It was just his behavior. And so if there are no rules or whatever, keep those animals in place. Let's observe, get authorities informed, and then restrain the animal. That's all I can answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. So that will be the end. But before we finish, we're going to have a recap session, about 15 minutes to have a recap of the activities we had today. And to help us with that is Safian and also Samuel. So Samuel from Kenya, please, can you unmute yourself, give us a brief recap about the key takeaways from the session, and then Safian will also add to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasere. I think we've had a very fruitful day one of our workshop. From the organization point, I feel really proud that this day is winding, and I'm sure we've learned a lot of things. So I'll just give a very brief highlight of what I think is our important takeaways. Number one, I'm sure many of our participants, when they were coming, did not understand what animal is ISAE. So I think one of the take home today is that our participants understand who the International Society for Applied Ethology are, what they do, and we said ISAE is really focused on animal behavior at its application use. So it's an applied ethology. So that is an important take home. And of course, it was spoken to us how we can be members. And I hope many of us will follow through from that discussion. Number two, I think we can all agree from the presentations that as Africans, regardless of the region, we have some work to do in terms of mainstreaming animal welfare in our continent. You will agree with me that we are a bit lagging behind in terms of animal welfare. And of course, this is contributed by many other things. And the elephant in the room today has been our traditions and rituals. But I think that is another take home, that we have some work to do. And as it was said, all of us have a voice and we can speak at our own local levels. Number three, we learned about the modules on animal welfare by WTS. Very important. I think this cuts across us as educators, students who are in the different forums today. All of us can access those materials, and this really builds your knowledge of animal welfare science. You realize that now animal welfare is not just animal welfare, but it's actually a science that is very fast developing. So that is really important. Those of us who have not logged in, please do that and benefit. Number four, I think another key take home for me is that when we talk about animal welfare, we really don't mean imposition of extra costs at the farmers or the pet keeper normal way. There are things that they can be able to do with knowledge that can improve the welfare of the animals that they keep. So when we talked about housing, just using locally available materials with proper designing that is informed by the behavior of animals, you can be able to give these animals good welfare. Number five, I think another important take home is the importance of behavior. I know many of us in our different programs that we have studied, not many had the chance to be taught animal behavior. So we've also been told that behavior must be at the center of welfare. And I think it's upon us, all of us, to improve our knowledge of animal behavior so that we can then make animal welfare practical. I think my parting shots would be that there is need for us to continue training, sharing this information, and I found this very interactive and getting these perspectives from our brothers and sisters across the African continent. I think we can keep this discussion through various forums, through such workshops, and together we can develop a bigger voice and
improve the animal welfare state in Africa. So with that, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Back to you, Dr. Yasser.
Thank you so much. Thank you for, reminding us of what we have learned so far. And this is live streamed on YouTube. So for those of you asking for the slides, you can always go back to the YouTube and rewatch and take your notes and do whatever. So we have a feedback form. This is a QR code, and we really would want to have your feedback about the first day or just a feedback about this workshop. Of course, we are continuing tomorrow, and this is going to be useful for the funders of the workshop. It's good to let them know the experience of the participants. So please take a scan or scan this QR code or take a screenshot of it. We'd love to have your feedback, ways by which you think we can improve in subsequent programs. And like Samuel said, it shouldn't end here. So by tomorrow, there is a Telegram group that will be opening up, so we can have participants who wants to join. We can continue the engagement in that Telegram group as well. So, but this QR code is for the feedback. So, Safian, what do you have for us?
You think I should have something?
Yes.
Sawa has already kind of shared all the highlights of the program. I just want to share maybe three of such takeaways that I've jotted down. I think today's program is quite an eye-opener for a lot of the participants, including myself. I have actually learned that you do not have to be a vet or an animal scientist to be able to take care of the welfare of animals. If you are a normal, sane person, you should understand that animals, just like human beings, feel pains when they are injured or when they are sick. So today, we've been told that for those of us who want to take care of animals, you do not have to be a vet or an animal scientist. If you care for yourself, try to care for the animals too. I think also participants also learned that science and indigenous knowledge goes hand in hand, especially in relation to this program. And so when we go out today, we should be able to explore more to see what our indigenous people are doing in terms of taking care of their animals and how science will be able to enhance that so that they do not feel that whatever they are doing isn't right. Last but not least, is also that participants have also been made to understand that animals do communicate to us through their behavior. And so it means that we have to particularly pay attention to animals when they are around us. Whatever they do, we need to pay attention to it. They might just be telling us something. We think that they are voiceless, they cannot talk, but through their behavior, we will be able to either predict or say that, well, this particular animal is telling me something that is very important, that needs my action. That is what I've been able to put down for us. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. I think we can get one or two comments from the participants if they just want to share their experience about today. Anybody before we go to the closing remark? That's the final thing. So if you have
something
and you want to share with us, feel free to do that. Let's know. Any participants who just want to share? Yes, okay. Ebenezer, kindly unmute yourself, Ebenezer.
Okay, so please, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Right, so I have a difficulty in my camera, so I can't turn my camera on. But I'm speaking from Ghana, and I much enjoy this presentation and this program so much. And I'm a veterinary student. I'm in my final year, and I think my love for animal welfare, this has actually rekindled it. And I believe that if we are going to have some things like this, is going to really help most of us. And I believe that whatever we are doing in our own ways will be appreciated. And I thank the organizers for putting this together. And then I hope we can connect here and then work towards a lot of projects together. So thank you very much. And then I appreciate this so much.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much. Dr. Ayola, I will hand over to you now. If there's any other thing you want to share, any announcement for tomorrow, please, and then the closing remark.
All right. I would like to appreciate everyone for attending today's workshop. And it's really amazing having people across Africa, East, West Africa, from Nigeria, to Ghana, to Kenya, to South Africa, and other parts where everyone is joining. Thank you so much for joining. And tomorrow, we are starting the program also by 7:30 GMT. 7:30 GMT, that is the registration. We want you to also take your register for tomorrow attendance, and the full workshop will start by 8 a.m. GMT. Please quickly translate that to your own time zone so that all of us can be here together at the same time. And likewise, tomorrow we'll be having like 5 presentations too across the centers, and it spans across a lot of topics. And one of it is talking about transportation, about animal, how do we transport our animal, how do we slaughter them, and all that. So I want you all to be here. And also the QR code for a survey for you to give us a feedback about the workshop is also out. We'll send you the link. The QR code is showing on the screen. Please, each participant is expected to fill this form. From Nigeria, thank you so much for joining, and we hope to have you tomorrow. Thank you.
So with that, we come to of today's workshop. Thanks to the organizers for putting this, and I'm so excited that the connection, we had barely little technical issues. It is, you know, it's great. It shows that we can do it. So thank you for those in Kenya. A round of applause to those in Kenya. A round of applause to those in Nigeria, in South Africa, and also in Ghana. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We can do it. Africa, we rise. All right. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Bye.